Chapter 321 Chapter 321 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. Chapter 321 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. More than a dozen Supreme Realm experts received the pills that flew over from the sky, and their faces revealed puzzled expressions. This is a pill that one refined to restore true essence. You can try it, Li Lingtian said calmly. He had no choice but to take out the heaven-defying pill to deal with Xiaoming. If he was alone, he would definitely not be able to kill Xiaoming. Now, he still had to rely on these powerful Supreme Realm experts. After he finished speaking, his gaze turned towards Ming Xiao, who was in the array. He was shocked in his heart. This Xiaoming was indeed powerful. The heaven-locking formation and heaven-earth formation that he had cast were extremely powerful, yet they were actually about to be destroyed. The heaven and earth formation and the heaven-locking formation were both created by mighty figures in ancient times. They had the power to lock the sky. One could imagine how powerful this heaven and earth formation was. When he looked at Ming Xiao in the array, the expressions of the 10 or so Supreme Realm experts behind him changed drastically, revealing expressions of disbelief. Out of the 16 revered martial artists, Yun Yuan was a divine alchemist. Naturally, he had indelible experience in alchemy. He was the first to examine the elixir Li Lingtian handed over. As a saint alchemist, he had witnessed some of the miraculous pills Li Lingtian had refined with his own eyes. He was extremely curious about the pills Li Lingtian was taking out. From his experience in alchemy, he understood Li Lingtian's character. This young man would never do anything he was not confident in. When the pill was thrown into his mouth, his expression changed drastically. When the other 15 revered martial artists saw the change in the saint alchemist's expression, they were all shocked. They thought that this pill was poisonous. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, Ying Tian and the other revered martial artists looked at Pill Master Yun Yuan in confusion. If Pill Master Yun Yuan was poisoned, they could choose not to take this pill. After all, the human heart was unpredictable. Who knew if Li Lingtian was plotting against them? In a place like this, it was all about fighting for treasures and killing for them. What a magical pill! It can instantly restore a revered martial artist's true origin to its peak. Sir Lingtian, what's the name of this pill? I've never heard of a revered martial artist's true origin recovery pill. Apothecary Yun Yuan did not answer the other revered martial artists. Instead, he asked Li Lingtian excitedly. As a super alchemist, he naturally wanted to refine some of such miraculous pills. Instantly restore the true essence of a Supreme Realm expert. How is that possible? It's really that powerful. This is too heaven-defying. If that's the case, the Supreme Realm experts won't have to worry about exhausting their true essence. All of a sudden, all the Supreme Realm experts were shocked, and their expressions changed continuously. One had to know that when martial artists fought, the consumption of primeval essence was extremely fast. No matter what move they used, they should try to use as little primeval essence as possible. Every strand of true essence was an important cultivation base for survival. Many experts tried their best to save their true essence during the battle. This was because the higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the slower his true essence would recover. For a martial honor, it would take at least 5 hours to recover his true essence to its peak. 5 hours to recover primeval essence. Who gave you that time during a great battle? During a great battle, without true essence, martial artists were no different from ordinary people. True essence had also become the most precious thing for martial artists. They often did not even dare to use their ultimate moves easily. Once they used it, their true essence would be consumed terrifyingly. Now, someone had actually refined a pill that could instantly recover true essence. With this pill, one could instantly recover true essence. When fighting with the opponent, one would be able to recover true essence unexpectedly and catch the opponent off guard. Oh, I named this pill myself. It's called the Heaven-Defying Pill. Li Lingtian watched as Xiao Ming continued to bombard the array formation. He did not turn his head as he spoke indifferently, ignoring the change in the martial honors expression. After one kill Ming Xiao this time, one will give the pill formula to Sir Yun Yuan. Li Lingtian's expression turned grave. If he did not take action to suppress Ming Xiao, the array would be broken. This pill sage Yun Yuan owed him a favor. Even if Yun Yuan took this pill formula, she might not be able to refine it. Why not do him a favor? All right, thank you, Sir Lingtian. Apothecary Yun Yuan had also tried to get the recipe from Li Lingtian. However, since the elixir was so precious, he did not know how to ask for it. He never expected Li Lingtian to give him the recipe. He was instantly excited. Naturally, he knew that Li Lingtian was returning his favor. He had a new opinion of Li Lingtian and could not help but admire this young man. Everyone, don't delay anymore. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Li Lingtian shifted his gaze to the other revered martial artists. When he saw that the 15 revered martial artists had not consumed the elixir, he immediately reminded them. He didn't take out this precious pill for them to keep. He needed true essence to suppress Ming Xiao. All right. The dozen revered martial artists were reluctant to throw the elixir into their mouth. There was only one elixir and it would be gone once it was used. However, since it was Li Lingtian who had taken it out, they could not refuse to use it. The moment the pill was thrown into their mouths, the expressions on the faces of the dozen Supreme Realm experts changed rapidly. They still did not believe it when they heard Alchemy Master Yun Yuan say that this pill could instantly restore true essence. However, when he personally experienced it, he was truly shocked and believed in the power of this medicinal pill. The true essence that had just disappeared instantly recovered to its peak state. Truly heaven-defying. In the hearts of more than a dozen Supreme Realm experts, they could only use the word heaven-defying to describe this medicinal pill. Indeed, it was a heaven-defying existence. Li Lingtian explained the method to suppress Ming Xiao after his primordial spirit recovered. The 16 revered martial artists used their primordial qi to stabilize the array formation, while Li Lingtian used other array formations to deplete Ming Xiao's primordial qi and shake up his cultivation base. Li Lingtian unleashed his divine consciousness and cast a series of incantation gestures. The divine array diagram vibrated rapidly as a golden radiance enveloped the heaven-locking array. All the Supreme Realm experts slowly unleashed their true essence. The light shield began to stabilize after receiving the true essence. For a moment, Ming Xiao, who was in the middle of the light barrier, became even crazier. Because his true essence was rapidly flowing away, a strange aura was transmitted into the array formation, and his realm slowly loosened up. A warrior's realm and cultivation were the second life of a warrior. A drop in realm was a heavy burden that a warrior could not bear. Now, his realm was loose and his true essence was flowing rapidly. If this continued, his 8th level Supreme Realm cultivation base, which he had just broken through, would fall again. At that time, even if they left this strange array, they would be killed by more than a dozen Supreme Realm experts. Rumble! Rumble! The heaven-locking formation and the heaven and earth formation flashed rapidly, and muffled sounds erupted between heaven and earth. The dozen or so Supreme Realm experts did not dare to be careless or hold back. They quickly circulated their true essence and stabilized the array. Li Lingtian's fingers did not stop as he cast a series of magic arts to reinforce the array formation. A hint of delight appeared on his face as it was obvious that Ming Xiao's state was unstable in the array formation. Damn it! 10 minutes passed. Ming Xiao roared in the array. The 8th level of the Supreme Realm had already fallen to the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. Seeing this situation, the dozen Supreme Realm experts also saw hope and were shocked. If this young man treated them like this, wouldn't their cultivation be the same as Ming Xiu's? He naturally did not know that this array could only shake the realm. It was only useful against martial artists who forcefully raised their realms. Rumble! The true essence of more than a dozen Supreme Realm experts flowed out quickly. In half an hour, their true essence was almost exhausted. However, at this time, they were only at the 5th level of the Ming cultivation realm. Wait a moment! Li Lingtian shouted when he saw the gazes of Alchemy Master Yun Yuan and the others. He knew that they could not hold on any longer. The 5th level of the Supreme Realm was still too powerful. A 5th level could directly ignore all the powerhouses below the 5th or 4th level. The Yi family square was an example. No one could kill a level 5 heaven. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the array was quickly torn apart. The 16 Supreme Realm experts were also thrown up and finally fell to the ground fiercely. The array exploded. Ming Xiu's body soared into the sky as well. His face was filled with rage as he glared at Li Lingtian coldly. The 8th level of the Supreme Realm had fallen to the original 4th level. If his original realm had stabilized for a few years, he would definitely have reached the 8th level. Now, his dream had been destroyed by this young man in front of him. He must make this young man suffer a fate worse than death. However, when his body soared into the sky, his face revealed a shocked expression. A destructive sword intent bombarded down. The young man in the air was floating, and his body was emitting a strange and destructive sword intent. This kind of sword intent was enough to destroy the minds of Supreme Realm experts. With a cruel smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and a ball of light appeared before him. The heavenly fault sword was also unleashed. Myriad swords returned to the origin, Li Lingtian said calmly. Suddenly, the ball of light exploded, and the world became a world of swords. Over 10,000 sharp swords, each of them was a profound level weapon or above, and there were even imperial weapons. All! The 16 Supreme Realm martial artists exclaimed in shock when they saw the space destruction sword will and the destruction sharp swords around Li Lingtian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tens of thousands of sharp swords began to spin and quickly press down on Xiaoming. The heavenly fault sword in the middle and the 16 emperor weapon swords all spun with destructive sword light. Cc. All. In the air, tens of thousands of sharp swords bombarded in an instant. The air was also reduced to pieces, and countless sword silks formed a grid. With a miserable cry, the 4th level martial honored realm Xiaoming was turned into dust in front of the myriad returning swords. In the sword array, Xiaoming no longer existed. Within 100 meters of space, a vacuum had formed. There was no air at all. Rumble! On the ground, a black hole the size of the front appeared. The black hole was unknown how deep it was. This was the myriad returning swords landing on the ground, and the ground was destroyed. Seeing this move, the 16 Supreme Realm experts were completely stunned. Chapter 322, Chapter 322. Leaving Jiuyoming City. Chapter 322. Leaving Jiuyoming City. Retract. Li Lingtian swiped his hand across the air and released his divine consciousness. The sword formation in the air vanished and the heavenly fault sword entered his glabella before turning into a stream of light and entering his dantian. What a terrifying sword intent! Even a heaven-grade divine ability might not be so powerful. What a powerful myriad returning swords! It's actually the legendary 10,000 returning swords. Sword intent, no, there's a trace of sword aura in it. More than a dozen Supreme Realm experts muttered to themselves when they saw the power of the myriad returning swords. When he looked at Li Lingtian again, his expression changed as well. He no longer dared to regard this young man as a martial emperor. This young man was a saint alchemist and a terrifying martial emperor. Even a fourth-level martial honored realm might not be able to defeat him. Even though Ming Xiu was exhausted, he was killed by Li Lingtian when he was caught off guard. However, this move was completely invincible. He was killed without the slightest resistance. Even he did not have the slightest confidence to withstand this move. This was an instant kill, a real instant kill. It was an instant kill of the fourth-level Supreme Realm Xiuming. The fourth firmament of underworld cultivation was not the only level of strength. In that case, even a third firmament cultivator would not be able to escape from Li Lingtian's hands. Sir Yun Yuan, this is the pill formula. However, the medicinal herbs on this pill formula are precious and it is very difficult to refine it. One hopes Sir Yun Yuan can refine it. As he spoke, he took out a pill formula and a jade bottle containing 10 heaven-defying pills. This pill formula was also rearranged by him. It was originally the blue dust pills pill formula, but he had changed it once. His body flashed, and he found a storage bag and a blood-red crystal on the ground. Inside the crystal, there was an exquisite heart beating. This was the legendary heart of Hades. Without even looking at it, Li Lingtian placed the two items into a separate jade box. After casting a few seals, he stored them into the underworld ring. The dozen or so revered martial artists witnessed all of this, but they did not stop Li Lingtian at all. Li Lingtian's strength was too terrifying, and provoking him was akin to courting death. Enchantment, I don't want to bully the weak, but there must be an end to the matter between us. I can let you go now, but if one see you, that will be the time of your death. Li Lingtian walked up step by step and stood 10 meters in front of Enchantment. He had a faint smile on his face, but his tone was extremely cold. As he spoke, his aura slowly rose. In the eyes of the other revered martial artists, it was as if Li Lingtian was a revered martial artist and Enchantment was a martial emperor. Their cultivation bases and statuses were almost reversed, but they quickly regained their senses. This was strength. With strength, a martial emperor could ignore a martial honor. This was how things were now. Li Lingtian, a young martial emperor, was speaking to a martial honor in such a manner. Humph, Li Lingtian failed to kill you last time, but he won't be so lucky next time. Enchantment did not expect Li Lingtian to make things difficult for him. However, judging from Li Lingtian's expression, he did not want to make things difficult for Enchantment. After witnessing the attack just now, he no longer had any confidence in facing Li Lingtian. All the revered martial artists could tell that Enchantment did not look like a powerhouse at all when facing this young man. You should know where the exit of the Eastern Tomb Mutian is, right? Are we still not leaving? Li Lingtian looked at the Eastern Tomb Mutian as he spoke indifferently. There was no longer anything to stay here. The only one who knew the exit was the Dongling Mutian and the other experts of the Dongling clan. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, the other martial honors looked at Dongling Mutian. The Dongling clan was here for the treasure, but the other martial honors were not. Since they had not found the treasure, the most important thing was to leave this gloomy place. Hee. When the Eastern Tomb Mutian saw the gazes of all the martial honors, he was also under great pressure. If he did not say it, he would definitely be killed by these martial honors. However, he was still unwilling to leave just like that. For the treasures here, his Dongling clan had sacrificed too much. Now that the Dongling family had lost countless martial honors, their influence would definitely be outside of the top 10 families. You don't have to tell me, but I believe that the rest of the Dongling clan should know, Li Lingtian said calmly before he turned around and left. His expression was calm, but with Li Lingtian's terrifying strength, it was not calm. Instead, the rest of the Dongling clan was doomed. Sir Lingtian, please wait. Leave 9 Nether City. There's a teleportation formation in dark Nether Mountain 80,000 miles away. Dongling Mutian's heart tightened as he watched Li Lingtian leave. This young man's strength was terrifying. If he were to kill the Dongling clan's disciples, the Dongling clan would be finished. He quickly told her where he came from, but he didn't know how to leave this place. Li Lingtian's body flashed and he ignored the eastern tomb Mutian. He flew away quickly and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He wasn't worried about whether Dongling Mutian was telling the truth. If he was lying, he could find the other Dongling family disciples. After obtaining the treasure, his strength and cultivation had increased, so he was naturally in a good mood. With a flash of his body, he covered the distance of 80,000 kilometers in just 5 days. This was also because he was killing the Umbra beasts while flying. Otherwise, he would have arrived long ago. There was a tall mountain peak that was emitting a dense energy. Li Lingtian landed. There was indeed a teleportation array altar, but he had to activate it himself. He sat cross-legged and carefully inspected the array altar. After a long time, Li Lingtian's expression changed, because there was no solution to the formation. Just like a teleportation array, it needed a primer to activate. In the end, he discovered that in the center of the array altar, there was a small card slot. This made him think of the primer for this array formation. The size of the card slot and the aura it emitted was actually somewhat similar to the wooden token he had obtained last time. He used his spiritual awareness to search the divine dragon ring and finally found an ancient wooden tablet. The wooden token was gray and carried a strange aura. Now that he had arrived at the 9 Netherworld city, he knew that this aura was the aura of the Netherworld. He had obtained it from Tian Wuji's storage bag the last time. He did not expect it to be exactly the same as the card slot in the center of the array altar. He carefully placed the wooden token on it, and the array altar immediately began to move. Li Lingtian was pleasantly surprised as well. He did not expect the wooden token to be useful. One was in the Azure continent and the other was in the Azure continent. They were billions of miles apart, but now this wooden token had actually become the catalyst to activate the teleportation array. Li Lingtian found it unbelievable. In this world, there were some mysterious things that people could not fathom. The teleportation portal was activated. Li Lingtian quickly stepped onto it and disappeared from sight. This time, it was the same as when he came in. It was a powerful nether chi, but this speed was much faster. Soon, a breeze brushed past his face. Li Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had actually left Jiuyoming City and returned to his own world. This world was bright and rich in spirit chi, unlike Jiuyoming City, which was gloomy and dark. The place where he appeared was actually a desolate area. F***ck, what the hell is this place? It's actually a mass grave. Li Lingtian looked around and noticed that the atmosphere was equally eerie. There were also countless skeletons. This place was a mass grave. As time passed, the place had turned into an eerie atmosphere. His body flashed quickly and flew into the distance. In a few seconds, he left the mass grave. Since it was a mass grave, it was definitely not far from the human city. As expected, after leaving the mass grave, he appeared in a village. After asking around, he found out that this was no longer Qinglan City, but a subsidiary city near Qinglan City. After asking around, a flying sword flew out and quickly flew toward Qinglan City. Qingling and Ji were still in Qinglan City. He had to hurry back immediately. Otherwise, if the two little beauties were in danger, it would be a great sin for him. During these 3 days, the Qinglan City was within his sight. Now, he didn't stop at all and directly flew into the city. After entering the city, there were discussions about what had happened in Qinglan City during this period of time everywhere. A saint alchemist had appeared in the alchemist grand meeting. Someone had even refined a peerless medicinal pill and became a saint alchemist. He had even become an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. However, the ones who were most discussed were the Lan clan, Yi clan, and Dongling clan. The Yi family was almost destroyed because all the warriors of the Yi family had disappeared. The dozen martial honors of the Lan family had also disappeared. All the martial honors of the Dongling family had also disappeared. Li Lingtian did not pay much attention to what he heard as he quickly flew toward his own mansion. Young Master! Young Master is back! The servant guarding the door was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian. He then exclaimed. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had disappeared. It was rumored in Qinglan City that Li Lingtian had disappeared along with the martial honor powerhouses. Young Miss and Qingling were both extremely worried, and all the servants weren't having a good time either. After all, Li Lingtian was approachable and treated them well. He had spiritual stones to use and elixirs to cultivate. Where else could they find such a master? Furthermore, he was the new king of the alchemist grand meet this time. The existence of a saint alchemist was supposed to be glorious with Master, but Master had disappeared. Naturally, their days were not good either. In addition, Ji and Qingling looked worried every day. They did not dare to wander around in front of the two of them, lest they were angered. Now that he saw Li Lingtian return, he thought that he was hallucinating and was still not used to it. Where's Miss and Qingling? Li Lingtian quickly asked about Ji and Qingling. He was most worried that something had happened to the two beauties, and he would not be able to forgive himself if that happened. Young Master, young Miss and Sister Qingling are in the mansion. It's just that you haven't returned during this period of time and haven't left the mansion. The servant guarding the door quickly answered when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. He was worried that he would offend the young master. By the time he finished speaking, Li Lingtian had already disappeared and was in the backyard. Chapter 323 Chapter 323 Yi Clan and Lan Clan's Visit. Chapter 323 Yi Clan and Lan Clan's Visit. Ji and Qingling no longer had smiles on their faces. Li Lingtian had disappeared during this period of time. Rumors had it that Li Lingtian had been killed, but Qingling and Ji believed in Li Lingtian's strength. No matter what, he would not be killed. However, when she thought about how Li Lingtian had left the silver-winged flying dragon and Little White to the two of them in a hurry, something must have happened. After that, it was rumored that the Supreme Realm experts of the Lan family, the Yi family, and the Dongling family had disappeared. The entire Yi family had disappeared as well. Countless people saw these people being attacked by the Umbra beasts and then disappearing together. They had never seen anything like this before. They were terrified and worried about what would happen to them if Li Lingtian was harmed. It had been a month since they had last met, but there was still no news from Li Lingtian. They did not dare to leave the mansion either. With Li Lingtian's array formation, they could stay safe from being ambushed. If they left, any martial emperor could easily kill them with their meager strength. On this day, the two of them had finished their cultivation and were resting in the courtyard. They missed Li Lingtian even more when they thought of his presence. At this moment, a breeze flashed past. The two of them turned around vigilantly. When they saw the person in front of them, the two women were stunned. Tears could no longer be held back. She had been holding back her tears for a while, but now she could no longer hold them back. Big brother! Young master! The two little beauties leaped into Li Lingtian's arms in a flash. Qingling stopped in her tracks when she saw Ji Yi's action. After all, she was only a maid while the young lady was the young master's younger sister. Even if they were not biological, their relationship was not something she could compare to. However, Li Lingtian reached out and pulled her into his arms. The three of them fell silent as they sensed each other's presence. This time, Li Lingtian was almost killed as well. He was extremely excited to see the two people he cared about once again. After a long time, Li Lingtian gently released the two of them. He saw that their faces were stained with tears and he reached out to wipe them away. "It's okay. I'm back now, aren't I?" Li Lingtian smiled and gave the two ladies a comforting smile. He then led the two ladies to the courtyard and comforted them softly. "Big brother, during this period of time they've been saying that you've been killed. Where have you been?" Ji was worried sick. "If you didn't come back soon, Ji would have gone out to look for you. If he couldn't find you and met a bad person, Ji would have killed himself." Ji leaned against Li Lingtian as she spoke softly. After leaving the immortal spirit realm, it was Li Lingtian who took care of her and taught her many things. She did not feel anything because Li Lingtian had taken care of everything. However, after Li Lingtian left, he realized that he could not move an inch. Without Li Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. She also lacked someone to rely on in her heart. She had thought about it many times. If her big brother did not come back, she would just follow him. There was no point in living. Now that Li Lingtian was back, she cherished his presence even more. "I did disappear from the Yi family last time. A Netherworld warrior opened the 9 Netherworld city and brought us to the 9 Netherworld city. We experienced many things there." When Li Lingtian saw Qing Ling looking at him curiously, he slowly told her everything that happened in Jiuyoming City. However, he did not reveal some of the dangerous places as he did not want the two little beauties to worry about him. "So young master went to 9 Nether City. Is there really a ghost?" Qing Ling asked curiously. Although the two little beauties did not hear Li Lingtian mention anything dangerous, they were both smart girls and naturally knew that Li Lingtian did not want them to worry. The two of them once again revealed their childlike nature towards the 9 Nether City. They wanted to know if there were ghosts inside. "Yes, but these ghosts are all very powerful. They're not as easy to deal with as the ghosts in the legends. Actually, ghosts are also strong, but they have been demonized by people outside," Li Lingtian replied with a smile. In his past life, he was afraid of ghosts and was afraid of watching ghost stories and movies. However, in this life, with his powerful cultivation, there was nothing to be afraid of when it came to ghosts. Humans were the most terrifying. Nothing was more terrifying than humans. This trip to Jiuyoming City was a place where powerful mighty figures lived. Naturally, it was impossible to see some low-level ghosts. He didn't see those mighty figures, but he obtained their treasures. Even now, he still did not understand where those mighty figures had gone. The three of them chatted for a long time until the afternoon when Qing Ling instructed the servants to prepare a lot of delicious food to welcome Li Lingtian. After disappearing for a month, he had returned and his cultivation had improved greatly. Naturally, it was worth celebrating. All the servants knew that young master had returned and were extremely happy. After the celebration, Qing Ling prepared the bath water and washed Li Lingtian. Naturally, the two of them had sex for a while. In the end, both of them were so tired that they fell asleep. Li Lingtian had not rested in 9 Nether City either. Now that he was back, he was in a relaxed mood. After resting for 2 whole days, Li Lingtian's mental state was restored to its peak condition. Then, he inquired about what had happened in Qinglan City during this period of time. What he did not expect was that the Dongling family had been occupied by someone else. The Yi family was also occupied by others, and only the Lan family was struggling to support them. Out of the 3 largest families, one family had disappeared completely, one family's Supreme Realm experts had disappeared completely, and the last family's Supreme Realm experts had disappeared by half. With such an unforeseen event, the forces in Qinglan City would naturally reshuffle. Li Lingtian did not care about Qinglan City because it had nothing to do with him, and he did not need to care. Moreover, he had also decided to wait for his cultivation to stabilize and cultivate for a period of time. After settling the matters in Qinglan City, he would settle his own matters. In the Azure Continent, he had already gotten involved with the biggest powers. He had already been to Qinglan City, and the three biggest families were almost useless. He couldn't stay in Moonrise City, and it was the same for this place. However, he had to settle his own matters. The Ping family deserved to die. He could not let them go. He had to go to Dishi family, the Queen's Palace, the House of Storms, and the Wind Moon Palace. Qingling Ge, I need to cultivate for a period of time. You guys should cultivate as well. After Li Lingtian made some arrangements, he began cultivating in peace. He had already refined his grade 6 medicinal pill. He did not have to worry about not having any medicinal pills to use either. A rank 4 martial emperor could use a rank 5 Azure Yang pill and a soul restoring pill to quickly increase his cultivation. Moreover, he had reached the third layer of the true dragon body protection, obtained the heavenly sword physique, the heavenly fault sword, and the 10,000 sharp swords. These were the key to his strength soaring. What he needed to do now was to refine and cultivate these skills and treasures. When he was strong enough, he would be able to go to the Dishi family and save Tang Qingyue. Yes, don't worry, big brother. With your pills and with spiritual pearl, I'll be able to cultivate very quickly. Perhaps I'll be able to reach the martial king realm in a while. Ji said with a smile. She was an elf princess and had a keen sense of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Coupled with the wood spiritual pearl that Li Lingtian had given her, her cultivation was soaring. Young master, what if someone asks you to refine pills? Qing Ling thought of a problem. No one knew that young master had returned, but as time passed, he would be discovered if he started concocting pills. Young master was a saint alchemist, the first saint alchemist in the Azure Continent, the first alchemist to refine a peerless pill, the first alchemist to refine a mutated level 6 pill, and the youngest saint alchemist in the divine martial continent. At that time, there would definitely be many people looking for young master to refine pills. That's fine. Martial honors who want to refine pills must do one thing for me. Other martial artists who want my pills must join my Divine Pill Pavilion. Although I haven't built the Divine Pill Pavilion here yet, this will happen sooner or later. Or, if there are any mystical pill recipes, ingredients, or medicinal herbs, I will reject everything else. Without any hesitation, Li Lingtian answered directly. He did not need spiritual stones now. All he needed was strength. Without strength, he could not accomplish his task. What was the point of refining pills? However, it was also possible for a martial honor to join. After all, the three forces he had provoked were the strongest superpowers in the Azure Continent. It was inevitable that he would be weak alone. After arranging for the two beauties, Li Lingtian started cultivating in his room. During the day, he cultivated all kinds of skills, and at night, he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. When he had free time, he would study the pill formula and the divine array diagram. The divine array diagram was of great help to him. Right now, what he needed to control the most were the god extermination extreme, the god's fury descending from the heavens, the great cloud palm, the myriad returning swords, the sword howl of the heavens and earth, and the ice, fire, and 9 heavens. Against the three superpowers, some trash skills were useless. It had to be a heaven-tier divine power skill. These skills had already reached the great success realm. If they were cultivated to the extreme, their power would really be shocking. Qingling was right. Half a month later, at the Dongling family, the experts of the Yi clan and the Lan clan had returned from Jiuyoming City. Although only half of the martial artists returned, those who returned were all super powerhouses or heaven's favored ones. However, the Dongling clan and Yi clan were already powerless to reverse the situation. Everyone knew that Li Lingtian had returned as well. It was unknown who had leaked the news, but everyone knew that the holy alchemist, Sir Ling Tian, was also in Qinglan City. Countless powerhouses wanted to seek Li Lingtian's help to refine pills, but Qing Ling had stated the conditions. Many warriors joined the Divine Pill Pavilion, and some Supreme Realm warriors agreed to help Li Lingtian with something. However, Li Lingtian could only refine a cauldron of pills every 7 days. The rest of the time, he had to cultivate. On this day, the powerhouses from the Yi clan and the Lan clan came knocking on his door. Li Lingtian had no choice but to come out of seclusion. After all, these two clans bore no ill intentions. There must be something he needed from Li Lingtian since he was here at this time. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian walked into the living room and saw 4 powerful martial honors waiting for him. Chapter 324 Chapter 324 Explosive Yuan Pill. Chapter 324 Explosive Yuan Pill. Sir Lingtian, we meet again. A few martial honor powerhouses stood up to greet Li Lingtian when they saw him coming out. Yi Lantian was also the middle-aged man in green whom Grandmaster Yuan brought back last time. He was now the head of the Yi family. They witnessed Li Lingtian's strength during the battle at the Yi clan square. They were shocked that a martial emperor had such strength. However, in the few days that he had returned, he had heard the terrifying rumors of countless experts. He was even more shocked. In less than a month, he had broken through to the 3rd stage and killed Xiao Ming in one move. She had also learned about Li Lingtian's strength from Yi Feng. Now, she had come to Li Lingtian's mansion with the Lan family in hopes of getting Li Lingtian's help. The Yi family had been taken over by someone and they had to take it back. However, the Tang family, one of the 10 great families, was the one who took over the Yi family. They were extremely powerful, and the few revered martial artists of the Yi family did not have the ability to take back the Yi family. The only thing they could do was to beg Li Lingtian. "Ha! Please take a seat. It's better to be casual in my house." Li Lingtian smiled faintly and waved at the 4 revered martial artists before he sat down. A martial emperor who was able to act so casually in front of a few martial honors was not just boasting. They were even more convinced of Li Lingtian's abilities. Those who came to Li Lingtian's residence were not the strongest revered martial artists, but those who had seen Li Lingtian before. This way, it would be easier for them to communicate with each other. They knew that even if the clan's 4th Heaven Supreme Realm expert were to arrive, Li Lingtian would not be convinced. After all, Li Lingtian had killed Xiao Ming in one blow. Such a powerful force was not something the 2 clans could afford to provoke. "I've heard of Sir Lingtian's strength as well. It's truly beyond our imagination. I won't beat around the bush. I'll have to ask for your help this time. I'm sure Sir Lingtian knows about the Yi family's current situation. As long as Sir Lingtian helps the Yi family take back the Yi family is willing to use the Yi family's heirloom heaven-rank divine ability as a token of gratitude." After Yi Lantian sat down, a servant of the Li family served him some fragrant tea. He took a sip and told him his purpose of coming. He knew that a powerhouse like Li Lingtian would not ask for spiritual stones or other treasures. More importantly, Li Lingtian was a divine alchemist, the only one in the Azure continent. There was no shortage of things. The only thing the Yi family could offer was a heaven-rank divine ability skill. Perhaps it could move Li Lingtian. If even a heaven-rank skill could not move Li Lingtian, then there was no other way. After saying that, he took out a brocade box. There was a jade slip lying inside. The jade slip emitted an ancient aura, but there was a trace of a terrifying concept of destruction inside. Tyrannical saber art. Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception. Although he could not enter the area, he knew the name of the skill. He was stunned. It was actually the tyrannical saber art. Although he didn't know how powerful the tyrannical art was, hearing the other party say that this was a heaven-tier divine power skill, it was still a heaven-tier skill. His Empyrean Terminus Tyrant Emperor Saber just happened to lack skills. If he had a blade-type skill, he could definitely increase the power of the Empyrean Terminus Tyrant Emperor Saber countless times. He had only used a trace of the divine chi of the heavens' extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, and he could already kill a martial honor. If he added the power of the heavens' extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber to his skill, the power would be unimaginable. That's right. No one in the Yi family can cultivate this skill because the disciples who cultivate the Yi family mainly have wood-type martial souls. Even if they have metal-type martial souls, no one can cultivate saber intent. Among the 31 martial honors of the Yi family, there are 3 martial honors with metal-type martial souls. None of them can cultivate this heaven-grade divine power. They can only look at the treasure and not use it. Yi Lantian nodded and looked at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's expression was calm, and he could not read Li Lingtian's mind. I'll accept this skill, but I didn't help you for nothing. Firstly, I helped you mainly because of him. Secondly, I have some matters to settle after a period of time. Your Yi clan must have 3 martial honors to help me with them unconditionally. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he kept the jade slip and stated his conditions. As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Feng. Yi Lantian was stunned as well. He did not expect Li Lingtian to be so straightforward. However, he knew that even if Li Lingtian did not help the Yi family, he would not be able to get back the tyrannical saber technique. He began to calculate in his heart to see if his Yi family could withstand such conditions. After a moment, he made up his mind and nodded in agreement. All right, I can agree to this matter as long as the Yi family can take back their family, Yi Lantian said. As long as they could reclaim the Yi clan's territory, Li Lingtian would make his move and the other clans would know about the relationship between the Yi clan and Li Lingtian. This relationship had brought the Yi clan many benefits, so they could make a deal. Remember what you said today. I don't want to repeat the topic. Li Lingtian said coldly. As long as he had decided on something, he would not allow anyone to go back on their word. If someone went back on their word, there was no need to be polite. Although Yi Lantian was displeased by Li Lingtian's overbearing attitude, he understood that the strong had their own personalities. Since his Yi family needed his help, he could only nod in agreement. Since Brother Ye's matter has been resolved, I'll be frank. Sir Lingtian, please help me resolve this crisis. The Lan clan has an explosive yuan pill that can raise a martial monarch's cultivation level without any side effect. I can tell that Sir Lingtian is a martial monarch and a saint alchemist, so I know how powerful this pill is. However, this pill formula doesn't exist in the divine martial continent. Only the Yi clan has a bottle of explosive yuan pills, and there's only one left. Lan Xiaoyao took out a jade bottle with a hint of reluctance on his face. However, when he thought of the Lan family's situation, he could only take out this medicinal pill. A martial emperor's medicinal pill was nothing to a martial honor. Yuan burst pill. Do you know the Lan family of Green Island? Li Lingtian suddenly thought of something. He had heard about the explosive yuan pill when he was in the Tang family, and it seemed to belong to the Lan family. Could it be that the 2 Lan families were the same? Moreover, there was a blue screen in his jade carving pagoda, which had the same name as Tang Ziming's mother. At that time, he felt a little awkward. The Lan family of Green Island. I know. The Lan family of Green Island and our Lan family are both branches of the Lan family. 30 years ago, our 2 families met. At that time, there was a little girl named Lan Ping. She had the same name as my daughter. If we count their seniority, they were still of the same generation. It's just that the age difference between the 2 was more than double. When Lan Xiaoyao heard Li Lingtian not answering his question but mentioning the Lan family in Green Island, he was immediately reminded of what happened 30 years ago. He did not know why Li Lingtian was asking about this, but he did not hide anything. This is also fate. Alright, this young master will help you once. The conditions are the same. Li Lingtian did not say it out loud. He only felt that the world was small. Although the two Lan families were not together, they were both branches and could be considered as one family. The Lan family of Green Island was Tang Ziming's relative, so they were considered his relatives as well. The Lan family treated him well, so now that he had encountered this problem, he decided to help them out. Moreover, it was not a big deal to have more debts. After all, it was all in Qinglan City. Thank you, Sir Lingtian. Lan Xiaoyao did not probe further as he understood that Li Lingtian would have to ask if he did not want to. The other party wouldn't say it either. It might even backfire. However, he had a feeling that Li Lingtian must be related to the Lan family of Green Island. Moreover, it must be a very good relationship. Otherwise, it would not be fate. If he was enemies with the Lan family of Green Island, he would not have helped his Lan family. After Li Lingtian kept the pills, the few of them began to chat idly. Soon after, the two families began to explain the problem at hand in detail. The Yi family's opponent was the Tang family, and the Lan family's opponent was the Qin family. Both of them were among the top 10 families. However, Li Lingtian did not take it to heart. He did not want to provoke him. If he did, his myriad returning swords and a few powerful divine abilities would destroy both clans. As long as a supreme realm expert was not above the fifth firmament, he would not be afraid. Moreover, now that he had this explosive yuan pill, he could advance by one realm. When the time came, after refining the 5 elements spirit fruit into the 5 elements blood coagulation pill, he could also advance by one realm. With the limitless Tao fruit and the 5 elements spirit fruit, 2 heaven-defying fruits, and 2 medicinal pills, his strength could increase rapidly. This was why he dared to go to Dishi family for a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to Dishi family. This matter, I will settle it for you. 3 days later, your Yi clan's people will go to the Lan clan to hold the fort. When the Lan clan's matter is settled, you can return to the Yi clan and settle both matters together. However, when you go back today, spread the word that it's best if I don't do anything. Otherwise, if there's any bloodshed, one won't be able to control it. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal for the revered martial artists to leave. The 4 revered martial artists also left with cupped fists. Although they felt that Li Lingtian was a little arrogant, they understood that it was his capital. Only those with strength would behave like this. Yi Lantian and Lan Xiaoyao were frustrated when they heard Li Lingtian's arrangement. Why did they not think of this? He immediately reacted. Even if he had thought of it, he wouldn't dare to do it. After all, he had to face the risk of being destroyed. Li Lingtian watched the 4 of them leave with a faint smile on his face. Good things always came knocking on his door. With the Tyrant Saber art, his trump card would be even more powerful. Besides, the pill could increase his cultivation by 1 level, which was beyond his imagination. With this pill, he could reach level 5 or even level 6 before he went to Dishi family. Chapter 325 Chapter 325 Sword Force 1 Chapter 325 Sword Force 1 The Qinglan city was no longer as calm as before. It had truly turned the world upside down. The Dongling clan and the Yi clan were finished, and the Lan clan was in a bad situation. Without the Yi clan and the Dongling clan, the top 10 clans would only be able to make it into the top 10 clans if they lacked 2 more clans. The clans below would also constantly compete to become one of the top 10 clans. Moreover, the Yi clan and Dongling clan did not stop there. The entire Qinglan city was in a state of chaos. On this day, the remaining 9 Supreme Realm martial artists of the Yi family came to the Qin family. The Lan family's 18 Supreme Realm experts also arrived in the sky above the Qin family at the same time. In an instant, the arrival of nearly 30 Supreme Realm experts made the Qin family feel uneasy. Originally, the Qin family's strength was a level lower than the Lan family's. However, the Lan family had lost more than a dozen revered martial artists some time ago. That was why they had the intention to attack the Lan family. After the few revered martial artists of the Lan family returned, the power of the two families was once again equal. The Qin family also felt that it was difficult to get off the tiger. Now, with the addition of the Yi family's Supreme Realm expert, the Qin family's power gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lan Xiaoyao, Yilan Tian, what do you mean by this? Do you want Qinglan City to start a war? Qin Tianwu brought the Qin family's super experts and flew out. For a moment, both sides were facing each other. There were more than 20 Supreme Realm experts. If a war broke out, even if the Qin family had a few fewer Supreme Realm experts and their strength was weaker than the two families combined, a Supreme Realm battle was not 2 against 1 or 3 against 1. They could not kill a Supreme Realm expert at all. This was also the reason why the Qin clan was not afraid of the Yi clan and the Lan clan joining forces. Moreover, they did not expect that the archenemies of the Yi clan and the Lan clan would join forces. Haha, Qin Tianwu, wasn't your Qin family having a good time when one wasn't around? How are things now? Lan Xiaoyao was relieved to see the strength of both parties. Even if Li Lingtian did not come, the Lan and Yi clans would be fine. However, if the Yi clan's powerhouses left, the Lan clan would be attacked by the Qin clan. Now, they could only wait for Li Lingtian's arrival. 2 days ago, the Lan family had issued an order for the Qin family to apologize and compensate them, but the Qin family did not make any move. It seemed that they did not trust Li Lingtian's influence. They did not believe that a holy alchemist like Li Lingtian would help the Lan family. So what? The Yi family and the Lan family have joined forces. Do you think my Qin family will be afraid? Qin Tianhe snorted coldly. A third-level martial honored realm expert was considered a top figure in the Qin family. How could he tolerate Lan Xiaoyao's sarcasm? If he apologized to the Lan family, wouldn't it be a slap to the Qin family's face? How would the Qin family survive in Qinglan City then? I don't need you to be afraid. A faint voice was heard as Li Lingtian's figure appeared out of thin air with a faint smile on his face. He glanced at the Qin family's martial artists intentionally or unintentionally. His face was calm and he did not take the Qin family seriously at all. If he was still a martial arts grandmaster, he could still be wary of the Qin family and not want to provoke the major forces of Qinglan City. However, now that he was a rank 4 martial emperor, he naturally did not have to fear these forces. The main reason was that he had obtained the heavenly sword body and tens of thousands of sharp swords. Coupled with the breakthrough of the true dragon body protection, his strength had increased greatly. This was his true capital. Moreover, he was the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, so he couldn't bring shame to the Alchemist Guild. There was nothing left in Qinglan City. Even if the sky was pierced, it would only be a hole. Moreover, he had already provoked enough people in the Azure continent. An additional Qinglan City was not considered much. Saint Pill Refiner Ling Tian. The Qin clan's warriors were shocked to see Li Lingtian. Even the countless warriors watching the battle from afar did not expect Li Lingtian to appear. Few people knew Li Lingtian's true strength. However, they knew that Li Lingtian had only broken through to the martial emperor realm during the alchemist convention. He had also become a quasi-sage alchemist and an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. Now that he appeared, things became troublesome. Sir Ling Tian. The Yi clan and Lan clan's warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Li Lingtian's arrival. With Li Lingtian's arrival, their chances of winning were much higher. Li Lingtian merely nodded as he looked at Qin Tianwu. The Lan family had already given the word, but the Qin family had not relented. It seemed like the tiger was a sick cat when it did not show its might. One don't want to interfere in the affairs of your Qinglan city, but Qinglan city is one of the top 10 families and war is not allowed. However, the Qin family attacked when the Lan family was not around. It has already violated the rules. I've already given you a chance. If you don't believe me, don't blame me. Li Lingtian said calmly with a relaxed expression. The fact that a martial emperor was so casual in front of a martial honor had caused countless warriors to feel a little worried. After he finished speaking, countless martial artists were in an uproar. They actually said such words to the Qin family. If it was a powerhouse above the 5th level of the martial honored realm, he would have dared to say such a thing. However, Li Lingtian was merely a young martial emperor. How arrogant! Li Lingtian, you're the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. Don't be so shameless. Don't tell me that with the support of the Alchemist Guild, you can recklessly interfere in the affairs of other forces. Qin Tianhe shouted angrily as he exuded a powerful aura. The Qin family did not dare to provoke the Alchemist Guild, but if the Qin family was in the right, the Alchemist Guild would not do anything to the Qin family even if they killed Li Lingtian. Initially, they could have let Li Lingtian off for the sake of the Alchemist Guild. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian to be so arrogant here. You don't want face? Alright then. Just based on this sentence, you deserve to die. Li Lingtian said coldly as he circulated his quintessential essence. With a wave of his hand, the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. The sky-shocking sword's pressure was even more powerful. When a rank 4 martial emperor used the sky-shocking sword, he had exerted a little of the power of the sky-shocking sword's supreme saint weapon. With just a trace of the power of a saint weapon, it could kill a martial emperor. Coupled with skills, a martial honor could only be killed. Saint artifact! All the experts cried out in shock. Li Lingtian ignored the astonished warriors as he unleashed his shocking sword will. The space was filled with a terrifying and sharp sword will. With a casual wave of his hand, the Tianyu sword was swung across the air. Sword howl, heaven and earth. In the air a thin sword silk appeared, like an electric arc. The seemingly light sword did not have much power, but in Qin Tianhe's eyes, this sword was a sword of destruction. In front of this sword, he did not even have a move to block. Sure. Sword force. Qin Tianhe was shocked to the extreme, and the expression on his face kept changing. He finally understood why this strike was so easy. Even the power of a saint artifact was concealed by this strike. It turned out that this sword carried momentum. Sword momentum was the most magical momentum in the world. Floating cloud quiet light shield. Purple gold mysterious sun slash. While Qin Tianhe was shocked in his heart, he displayed his most powerful attack and defense. All the martial artists could not understand why a martial emperor's light sword could make a third-level martial honored realm expert's expression change drastically. He even displayed such a terrifying defense and attack. But hearing Qin Tianhe's words, they were all stunned. He didn't expect this young man to be able to control the momentum, and it was even the sharpest sword momentum. Crash! Ah! The sword aura carried a mysterious aura, a destructive aura that charged forward. The sword momentum directly split Qin Tianhe's attack in half, and it slid down without the slightest pause. With a loud crash, the floating cloud quiet light shield did not stop him at all. The middle-grade Emperor artifact floating cloud quiet light shield was directly cut in half. A miserable cry sounded. Qin Tianhe, a third-level Supreme Realm expert, was split into two with one strike. Instant kill. It was a true instant kill. A sword aura that did not have the slightest bit of power directly killed a third-level Supreme Realm expert in an instant. Whoosh. All the martial artists were stunned. Was this still a martial monarch powerhouse? Even a martial emperor powerhouse did not seem to be so domineering. He could easily kill a third-level martial honored realm expert with a single sword strike. Was the sword aura really that terrifying? It could even conceal the pressure of a saint weapon. The emperor weapon of a martial honor could not even be considered rotten wood. Yi Lantian and Lan Xiaoyao's hearts trembled. Was this young alchemy saint as useless as alchemy saint? Who else could be more terrifying than this? No wonder he spoke so indifferently. It turned out that even Wu Zun was instantly killed in front of him. This was the case for a third-level Supreme Realm expert. What strength did he have to fight with this young man? He did not even have the chance to be abused and was instantly killed. While all the martial artists were stunned, the sword intent in the air disappeared. With a twist of his hand, the Tianyu sword disappeared. His face was calm as if he had not done anything just now. Who else doesn't want to live? I don't mind helping them. Li Lingtian's calm voice jolted all the warriors awake. They stared at Li Lingtian in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Why was this young alchemy saint so powerful? Even if he was cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. This had already exceeded the scope of power. An expert who could control Shur was definitely a monster. Could not be described as a genius. Do you still want me to live? In the distance, a warrior king's disciple looked at Li Lingtian and was on the verge of kneeling. His face was ashen. What does it have to do with you? Some martial artists looked at this martial king in confusion. Other people were fighting, but this disciple came to cry. One became a martial king at the age of 20. One thought I was a super genius. But he, an 18-year-old alchemy saint, managed to refine a peerless pill. It's a miracle of the divine martial continent. The first alchemy saint of the Azure continent. He's at the martial emperor realm. He can control the sword aura and kill a martial honored realm expert in one move. He's the brilliance of the moon, but I'm not even the light of a firefly. What's the use of me living? O heavens, O earth! The martial king's disciple continued to scold him. His expression was as if his parents had died. Get lost. Others are monsters, but you're just a human. If this is the case, no one in the entire divine martial continent will be able to survive. Some of the experts began to console themselves when they heard the martial king's words. Not to mention a martial king, even a supreme realm expert would be instantly killed. Who would dare to compete with him? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? At that moment, countless powerhouses stared at Li Lingtian in a daze. The experts of the Qin family were also stunned. They did not expect this young man to be so terrifying. His speed was incomparably fast, and there was almost no one who helped him. Then, he thought about how lucky he was that he didn't lend a helping hand. Even if he did, it would only increase the number of casualties. The atmosphere was extremely strange, and the space was silent. Chapter 326 Chapter 326 Tyrant Saber Art 1 Chapter 326 Tyrant Saber Art 1 Li Lingtian scanned his surroundings before he floated in the air and closed his eyes to rest. This action made countless experts speechless. After killing a level 3 Supreme Realm expert, he actually came to close his eyes and rest. Wasn't this ignoring the Qin family's super experts? If the other Supreme Realm experts and martial emperors killed a Supreme Realm expert, they would definitely be excited or uneasy because the Qin family had 22 super experts. After killing the super experts of the Qin family, they would definitely be worried about the group attack of the Qin family. In that case, no matter how powerful the experts were, they would also fall. Li Lingtian, are you really going to interfere in the affairs between the Qin and Lan families? Qin Tianwu's expression changed when he saw his Qin family's super expert being killed in an instant. In the end, he said angrily. The aura from his entire body burst forth as if it was about to tear Li Lingtian apart. Ignorant! I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Whether you apologize or perish is up to your Qin family. Li Lingtian glanced at Qin Tianwu in disdain and uttered 2 words. The sword intent on his body erupted once again, and he stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. He stretched out his hand and a ball of light appeared in his hand. The ball of light was filled with countless small swords that were the size of ants. Everyone felt the destructive sword intent, and their faces revealed shocked expressions. 3, 2, 1. Li Lingtian counted each word one by one. The aura around his body rose sharply and his eyes sharpened. It seemed like he was going to go on a killing spree this time. The remaining 21 Supreme Realm experts of the Qin family also quickly used their weapons. Being forced by a young martial emperor, he naturally wouldn't agree. Countless warriors in Qinlan City were watching. If he agreed under such circumstances, it would be too embarrassing. The 21 revered martial artists exchanged a glance before they dashed toward Li Lingtian in a flash. However, halfway through, he was stopped by the martial honor experts of the Yi and Lan families. Li Lingtian did not even look at the Qin clan's powerhouse as he unleashed the heavenly fault sword. With a single hand, a ball of light shot out. Suddenly, a devastating sword aura soared into the sky. Li Lingtian was surrounded by a world of swords. Tens of thousands of sharp swords floated in the air, spinning continuously. Each sword was an existence above profound-level weapon, and there were imperial weapons inside. Within 100 meters of Li Lingtian, it was a world of swords. Sword chi was like a thread that was constantly being emitted, and the space was filled with astonishing sword chi. Li Lingtian looked at the Qin family's warriors with a cold glint in his eyes. There was no change in his emotions. All the warriors were stunned when they saw the sharp swords by Li Lingtian's side. Was he still human? How could he control so many sharp swords at once? The impact of the 10,000 swords caused the hearts of the human martial artists to tremble. The Qin family's super experts also saw this change, and were all terrified. After this move was used, the Qin family would definitely be gone. All right, the Qin clan agrees to Sir Lingtian's request. At this moment, Qin Tianwu spoke loudly. Li Lingtian was a loner while the Qin family had a family and a business. With this strike, the Qin family would be finished, and they would have no place to stand. Yes. Li Lingtian's heart raced as he used his divine consciousness to retract the heavenly fault sword and the countless sharp swords. The sword will between heaven and earth gradually disappeared. All the Supreme Realm experts stopped, but their hearts were still trembling. Li Lingtian's first strike had killed a third-level martial honored realm expert in an instant. Although he did not continue his attack, based on his experience, the power of this strike was definitely not something that could be compared to the first strike. Now they all understood that this young alchemy saint master did not rely on the alchemist guild, but his own terrifying strength. 10 billion. Li Lingtian retracted his heavenly fault sword. With a cold expression, he glared at the Qin clan's powerhouse and uttered 3 words. SHLV. The expressions of all the martial artists became extremely strange. What a money grubber, actually asking for IO billion at this time. This was 10 billion, not 100. All right. Qin Tianwu's expression changed as well. He endured the pain and said, this was 10 billion. Even the Qin family would have to pay a huge price. He did not expect that the Qin family would not be able to take advantage of him. Instead, they would lose a third-level Supreme Realm expert. Now, they would lose another IO billion. Moreover, this way, the Qin clan would lose face in Qinglan City. However, when he thought of Li Lingtian's move just now, his heart was still trembling. If he were to unleash it, the Qin family would definitely be gone. You can talk about your matters now. It has nothing to do with me. Li Lingtian continued to speak coldly before he closed his eyes once again. Instantly, countless warriors staggered. This was none of his business. It was clearly because of him that the Qin family was restrained. Now, he actually said that it had nothing to do with him. Following that, the Qin and Lan families discussed the matters between the two families, while Li Lingtian closed his eyes. Soon, the two families came to an agreement. Li Lingtian left the Qin family with 10 billion lower spiritual stones and returned to his mansion. Next was the Yi family's matter. The Yi family's opponent was the Tang family. Just as Li Lingtian had expected, if he were to make a move against the Qin family, the Tang family would not dare to provoke him, and the Yi family would easily give up their territory. Although Li Lingtian had only used one move, the entire Qinglan city was shaken. He had killed a third-level Supreme Realm expert in one move. Moreover, it was a martial emperor who had killed a Supreme Realm expert in one move. However, the focus of all this was Li Lingtian, who was cultivating in his mansion. During the day, he would cultivate with the two little beauties. At night, he would cultivate the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. It was not about refining a cauldron of pills and comprehending pill technique. In the ancient alchemy technique, there were 10 pill formulas recorded. Now, the first type was the limitless pill. A grade 6 limitless pill also used the limitless Tao fruit as the main medicinal catalyst. The refined limitless pill could quickly increase a martial artist's cultivation. He was now a level 4 martial emperor and needed to observe the level 5 or 6 pills to cultivate. There was also a pill that was also a 6th grade existence. It was called the 5 Elements Blood Coagulation Pill. This was a pill refined with the 5 Elements Spirit Fruit as the main ingredient. However, on this day, he went into seclusion to cultivate and did not see anyone. In the practice room, a simple restriction was cast. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate, circulating the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. After a full day, Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and took out a jade bottle. There was only one pill in the jade bottle. It was a dark blue pill that emitted violent spiritual energy. Explosive Yuan pill. He could increase his cultivation base by 1 level without any conditions and with 5 side effects. However, his current cultivation base was still too low, and he felt powerless to go to Dishi family. He could only improve his cultivation base. Without any hesitation, he threw the pill into his mouth. The pill entered his body, but it did not disperse quickly. Instead, he needed to continuously use his true essence to refine it, otherwise it would not be able to display its medicinal effects. Just like that, Li Lingtian continued to refine the explosive Yuan pill. 5 days had passed. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a faint smile on his face. After 5 days of refining the explosive Yuan pill, his cultivation base had also improved and he was now a Tier 5 Martial Emperor. Now that he had reached the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm, he finally understood why the experts of the Green Continent were only considered experts after the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. It turned out that the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was simply indescribable. A rank 5 Martial Emperor is still not enough. Li Lingtian said calmly. A Tier 5 Martial Emperor was powerful enough, but it was still impossible for him to defeat the Tianshi clan. Subsequently, Li Lingtian refined a Grade 6 Infinity Pill and used it to elevate his cultivation. When he was free, he would comprehend the tyrant saber art. This tyrant saber art was also the first saber skill he had obtained. Moreover, this skill was a heaven-grade divine power skill. The tyrannical saber art was divided into 3 levels. Desolate 10 consecutive strike. With his cultivation, he could only comprehend the first level. The first level was in this life, saber intent, desolate 10 consecutive slashes. With a shocking saber intent, he slashed out. 10 destructive saber intents and saber lights appeared between heaven and earth. Even a supreme realm expert would be instantly killed. Li Lingtian had spent 10 days just to comprehend the tyrannical saber art, and this was the power of the eye of the divine soul. Without the eye of the divine soul, he would not have been able to comprehend the tyrannical saber art in 10 days. He used the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber and controlled it with the treasure control secret. He closed his eyes slightly and a trace of saber intent flashed. The heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber trembled and slashed down lightly. Suddenly, a sharp blade light flashed in the air, and a tiny crack appeared on the bluestone on the ground. Li Lingtian's body trembled. He had forcefully suppressed it. With his cultivation, he could not even control the extreme heaven tyrant emperor saber, so he naturally could not control the desolate 10 consecutive strike. Only when he was forced to do so would he be able to forcefully use the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber. Otherwise, he would not have used this attack so easily even if he was beaten to death. After putting away the heaven's extreme tyrant emperor saber, Li Lingtian continued to study the treasure control technique and alchemy technique. The limitless pill had already been refined. Now, he needed time to cultivate continuously. After his cultivation increased, he would leave Qinglan City. 3 months had passed. For 3 months, Li Lingtian did not leave the mansion at all. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the mansion. Unsurprisingly, he had successfully reached the 6th level of the martial emperor realm in the past 3 months. Moreover, he was a peak rank 6 martial emperor because he had refined the limitless pill and the 5 elements coagulation pill. The quality of the 2 pills was also high. Every time he consumed one, he would need a few days to refine it. However, his cultivation also increased rapidly. In these 3 months, he had not rested much. He had been refining treasures, comprehending skills, and controlling a few top-notch weapons. On top of that, Qinglan City had also stabilized. On this day, Li Lingtian left Qinglan City and handed over the mansion to his servants to manage. He left Qinglan City with Ji and Qingling, and flew directly toward Moonrise City. Because his cultivation had already broken through, the matter of the Ping family had to be resolved. After getting rid of the Ping family, he had to think about how to deal with the Dishi family. The Dishi family had no grudge against him, so he just had to save Tang Qingyue. From the moment he left Qinglan City, the Azure Continent was destined to never be peaceful again. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Huang Fuyan 1. Chapter 327, Huang Fuyan 1. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as the spaceship sped up. Qingling and Ji were talking about something. From their happy looks, they were probably curious about the outside world. After all, Li Lingtian did not stay in Qinglan City for long. Moreover, they had been cultivating diligently in Qinglan City. Now that they were out, they were naturally overjoyed. "Young master, where are we going now?" Qingling asked curiously as she turned to Li Lingtian after she finished speaking with Ji. "Let's go to Pingyang City first." Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. The powerhouses from Pingyang City had been hunting him down for the heavens patching route the last time. It was time for him to return and settle this. Just as they left Qinglan City, Li Lingtian had already ordered the 6 martial honors from the Yi and Lan families to fly toward the direction of the Zhangzhou Dishi family. He told them to settle down in the city where the Dishy family was located and to find out more about the Dishy family. When he went there, he would have a place to stay. Besides, he couldn't go alone against the powerful Dishy family, so he had to make some necessary preparations. Pingyang City. Qingling had never heard Li Lingtian mention Pingyang City, so she naturally had no idea why he was there. However, she knew that Pingyang City was not far from Soliciting Moon City. Yes, Ji knows. You should remember about the Heaven Nourishing Root, right? Last time, in order to fight for the Heaven Nourishing Root, I obtained it from the Ping family and offended the Ping family. Now I naturally have to go back and reason things out. Li Lingtian smiled, but he could not help but feel that the smile on his face was not friendly. Qingling was startled. When had her young master ever been reasonable? In this world, the strong were respected. The bigger the fist, the more reasonable it was. After listening to Li Lingtian's words, he knew that his young master was being hunted last time and he was going back to get some benefits. After that, the three of them took a rest on the spaceship, which flew in the direction of Moonrise City. With his current cultivation strength, as long as he did not encounter any abnormal Supreme Realm experts, there would not be any problems. An existence at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Emperor Realm. This strength had already reached his strongest peak. Coupled with all kinds of methods, he was naturally full of confidence. The spaceship flew at high speed. In a month, they arrived at a place 10,000 miles away from Moonrise City. Rumble! Rumble! At that moment, a series of explosions could be heard in the distance. Li Lingtian's expression did not change at all. Fighter battles were common in the divine martial continent, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception, he was surprised. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and the spaceship flew toward the location of the battle. Based on his experience, he knew that this battle was only at the Martial Emperor level, because his divine sense found a trace of a familiar aura inside. Huang Futang, hand over that little girl and one can spare your life. Once I get her essence, one can break through to the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. A sinister middle-aged man was floating in the air, holding a cold and sinister longsword in his hand. The longsword was emitting a faint dark aura. Looking at the young lady on the opposite spaceship in the air, a lewd smile appeared on his face. His eyes kept sizing up the young lady. The young girl stood on the flying ship. She was petite and looked extremely cute. She was definitely a rare beauty in the world. However, at this moment, the young girl's face revealed a trace of regret. In front of her, an old man circulated his true essence and looked at the gloomy man in the air with a serious expression. Westhill, let me give you a piece of advice. Some people are not people you can offend. If you leave immediately, this old man can let bygones be bygones and pretend that this matter never happened. Otherwise, you will regret it. Huang Futang looked at the Westhill. He exuded the aura of a superior, but his expression was uncertain. He was a 4th-level martial emperor, while the other party was a 6th-level martial emperor. Moreover, he had to protect people. If they fought, he would definitely not be his opponent. Huang Futang, do you think I don't know your background? Why didn't you stay in the Divine Continent and come to the Azure Continent? You're courting death. Isn't she just a little girl? Don't tell me you're also interested in this? Westhill chuckled, his eyes never leaving the girl. The smile on his face was extremely sinister. After he finished speaking, his expression froze as he looked into the distance. At the same time, Huang Futang followed the gaze of the Westhill and looked expectant. However, when he saw who it was, his expression changed again. In the sky, a flying ship flew over and finally floated 10 miles away from the three of them. On the flying ship, there was a white-robed young man and two peerless beauties standing beside him. Hee, today's luck isn't ordinary. There are actually two of them. When Westhill saw the two girls on the flying boat, his eyes widened. He had never seen such beautiful girls. Ge was the fairy princess, the beloved child of the heavens and earth. She was born with a peerless beauty and had an elegant temperament. Perfection was already unable to describe her beauty. Furthermore, Qingling was a rare beauty. Naturally, the two young beauties shifted their attention to them when they arrived, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. It's him. The young lady on the spaceship behind Huang Futang was surprised when she saw Li Lingtian's appearance. She did not expect this rich kid to appear in this place. Yuyan, you know him? Huang Futang turned around and asked in a soft voice when he heard the surprised voice of the young girl behind him. His face was filled with respect. Yes, the young man at the auction used spirit stones to suppress countless experts. In the end, he killed the 3 supreme realm experts of the Yen family. One didn't expect him to appear here. Huang Fuyuyan whispered. She was still fuming with hatred after being played by Li Lingtian the last time. However, he smiled and the spacecraft moved quickly toward Li Lingtian. Just as the two spacecraft were about to collide, he flashed and arrived on Li Lingtian's spacecraft. When Li Lingtian saw that the two spaceships were about to collide, he waved his hand and a strange force trapped Huang Fuyuyan's spaceship, preventing the collision. Little girl, are you crazy? Li Lingtian's face turned cold. He recognized the girl as well. She was the maid who had delivered the items to him at the auction house. He did not expect to meet her here. No wonder he felt that there was a familiar aura here. Turned out to be this little girl. However, when he saw the little girl's movements, he was furious. Go back by yourself. Don't worry about me. Huang Fuyuyan completely ignored Li Lingtian and greeted Huang Futang, who was standing far away. Huang Futang was taken aback as well before nodding and turning into a stream of light as he flew into the distance. It's you. When Qingling saw Huang Fuyuyan, she also thought of the last time at the auction house. This young girl wanted to seduce her young master but was stopped by her. He didn't expect to meet her here, and he immediately became vigilant. What? You still recognize me? Huang Fuyuyan looked at Qingling as if she was worried that she would lose her young master. She immediately laughed softly. Her laughter could topple a city, then a country. Qingling, do you know her? Ji looked at Huang Fuyuyan curiously and asked in confusion. Yes, one saw him once last time. Qingling nodded and answered Ji, but her eyes were still looking at Huang Fuyuyan warily. I didn't expect to have such a beautiful little sister here. I didn't expect you to be so flirtatious. Your eyes are also very sharp. Huang Fuyuyan approached Li Lingtian as if she was an acquaintance, causing Li Lingtian to feel uncomfortable. Even though she was a peerless beauty and a lowly-type beauty, he could not accept this. Damn it. You three, just you wait. I'll make you all want to die tonight, hee. Westhill was completely captivated by Ge. When Huang Futang left, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he saw the 3 little beauties surrounding a young man, he was instantly enraged. He actually ignored him. It was really too detestable. The young man in front of him was indeed enviable. He was elegant and had an unparalleled charm. There was no woman in the world who would not fall for him. Moreover, there were 3 peerless beauties by his side. How could such a figure not make people angry? Get lost. When Li Lingtian heard Westhill's voice, he found an excuse to avoid the girl. If it were anywhere else, without Qingling and Ge here, he would have definitely executed her on the spot. However, in this place there were 2 little beauties around. He had to be careful. He was worried that he would not be able to look away. If Westhill spoke up at this time, it would be courting death. Bastard, you are courting death. Westhill was stunned. He had never expected this young man to be so arrogant. Did he think he was trash? To be humiliated in front of 3 delicate little beauties like this, wasn't this giving himself a hard time? After saying that, he circulated the true essence in his body, and a shocking pressure suddenly erupted. A sinister aura soared into the sky, and his aura was shocking. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. After he was done, a powerful pressure pressed down on Li Lingtian. With a smug smile on his face, it was as if his pressure had directly crushed the other party to death. Moreover, he had even obtained the favor of the 3 little beauties. But what happened next made the Westhill's expression change drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Li Lingtian had no intention of resisting at all. His aura was swallowed by his spaceship as soon as it reached him. Even the pressure was swallowed. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. He had never heard of it before. Upon seeing this, he dared not underestimate Li Lingtian anymore. He circulated his true essence to the maximum and slashed with the ghastly sword in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying cold light blasted toward Li Lingtian. A Tier 6 Martial Emperor powerhouse's full-powered attack was so powerful that it pierced through space and arrived in front of Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. The 3 girls had a faint smile on their faces. They did not panic in the face of this attack. Such an expression made Westhill's heart go numb. Chapter 328 Chapter 328 A Maid Who Can Serve You. Chapter 328 A Maid Who Can Serve You. Li Lingtian had no intention of making a move. Instead, he took a step forward and welcomed the attack with his entire body. Westhill was completely stunned by this action. Could it be that the other party was shocked by his shocking attack? However, when he saw what happened next, he could no longer remain calm. His expression changed drastically. Li Lingtian's body met the devastating attack head-on. The moment the attack touched his body, a protective shield was activated. Bang! With a dull thud, the attack hit Li Lingtian but was blocked by the protective shield on his body. The protective shield trembled before it shattered into pieces. However, Li Lingtian did not seem to be hurt at all. Instead, he wore a disdainful expression. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard as 3 azure dragons appeared beside Li Lingtian. The azure dragons were at least 20 meters long and emanated a powerful aura. The black dragon roared and attacked the Westhill with destructive power. The space was torn apart. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 3 old dragons circled around. With a scream, Shieling was torn apart by the violent dragon chi. The old dragon disappeared, and the Westhill was reduced to ashes. A wave of dark air drifted out. The air fell silent once again. The 3 girls were stunned. They did not expect Li Lingtian's strength to reach such a level. Huang Fuyian's expression changed as well, but it soon turned into disdain. After dealing with Westhill, Li Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Indeed, he could kill a rank 6 martial emperor in one strike even if he was a martial honor. He was also at the peak of the 6th level of the martial emperor realm. This Westhill's cultivation was not even as good as his. It would be strange if he was not killed instantly by such a person. You can go now. We have our own things to do. Li Lingtian turned around and told Huang Fuyian that it was inappropriate for them to bring a little girl along since they were heading to Pingyang City. This girl actually used him to help her out of the predicament, which really made him unhappy. He could only blame that Westhill for being blind and daring to have designs on his own woman. Although Ji wasn't his woman, she was indeed his junior sister. In his heart, this little girl was his flesh and blood, and he couldn't let anyone insult her. Can I go now? Do you really have the heart to let me leave alone? There are still many bad people here. If anything happens to me, will you be at ease? Huang Fuyuyan was speechless. She was a beauty, yet she was being chased away. This was the first time a lady sat in a bridal sedan. Little girl, 1 a.m., a bad person. If you don't leave, I will punish you on the spot. Li Lingtian was stunned. What kind of logic was this? It was none of his business if she was in danger. As long as it was not his problem, there was nothing to be worried about. As he spoke, a wicked smile appeared on his face. His gaze swept across Huang Fuyuyan's important body parts, causing her to blush. If it was in the past, he would definitely dig out his eyeballs. However, now that his state of mind had reached another level, he did not care at all. Come on, as long as you dare. Huang Fuyuyan puffed out her chest and clenched her fist, making a show of force. Li Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This little girl was really rich. Her chest was so full and powerful that it was almost ready to pop out. The blood vessels in his heart surged. If the two little girls were not here, he would definitely have done her. Forget it. After I send you to Moonrise City, you can go back by yourself. I still have things to do. After Li Lingtian said that, he steered the spaceship away and quickly headed toward Moonrise City. While Qingling was at the side, Ji and the young lady were chatting happily. Li Lingtian also knew that the young lady's name was Huang Fuyuyan. Gradually, the three girls got together and Li Lingtian was left alone. Li Lingtian had no choice but to pilot the spaceship quickly. He had to send Huang Fuyuyan away so that he would not delay his own business. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Li Lingtian landed the spaceship 10 miles away from the city gate. The group floated down and Li Lingtian was suddenly enlightened when he saw the mighty soliciting Moon City. A few months ago, he was still a martial arts grandmaster, but now he was a powerful martial emperor. After reminiscing for a moment, his gaze landed on Huang Fuyuyan. Why are you looking at me? Huang Fuyuyan subconsciously took a step back when she saw Li Lingtian's gaze, as if she was looking at a bad guy. Do you need me to tell you? Of course you're going back. If we leave, do you want me to carry you in? Li Lingtian said coldly. With that, he pulled Qingling and Ji away, leaving Huang Fuyuyan standing by the side in a daze. As he watched Li Lingtian's group of three leave, a sly smile appeared on his face. In a flash, he chased after Li Lingtian's group of three. Soon, she arrived in front of Li Lingtian and the other two with a sweet smile on her face. Who said one wanted to go back? I didn't say that. You were the one who brought me here. It wasn't easy for me to leave this place, but you sent me back. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Huang Fuyuyan had a self-righteous look on her face, but soon after, she revealed an aggrieved expression. Li Lingtian almost burst into tears at this change. It would be a waste of talent if he did not become the best actress. What the F***ck was going on? He had sent her back, but he had actually made a wasted trip. He was furious. He had been played, but the other party still pretended to be wronged. Who was the one who was really wronged? Are you sure you want to follow me? Li Lingtian's expression was calm, but he was on the verge of exploding. An evil smile appeared in his eyes as he asked indifferently. Since he was going to deliver himself to his doorstep, did he think that he was Lu Xiaohui or a eunuch? Of course, what do you want? Huang Fuyuyan agreed without hesitation. However, when she saw Li Lingtian's expression, she crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him as if he was a bad guy. Since you provoked this young master will punish you on the spot. Qingling, you control the flying ship. Li Lingtian activated the spaceship and with a wave of his hand, a light shield enveloped the three ladies. He then led them onto the spaceship and instructed Qingling to pilot it. With that, he pulled Huang Fuyuyan into his embrace. With a flash, He walked towards the room in the flying ship and disappeared from Qingling's sight in the blink of an eye. "What are you doing?" Huang Fuyan did not even have time to react. By the time she did, she was already in Li Lingtian's arms. A man's breath entered her nose, and her body immediately went limp, without the slightest strength. She had never come into contact with a man in her entire life, let alone being hugged by a young man. His body was weak, but his heart was resisting. He was worried that Li Lingtian would do something that would harm him. Could it be that he had gone too far or that he had seen wrongly? Bang! As the door to the room closed, Li Lingtian looked at the little beauty in his arms and his blood vessels surged. This little beauty was too alluring. If he did not execute her on the spot, he would go berserk. "You found this yourself." After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he kissed her rosy lips and his body trembled. He had never experienced such a strange feeling before. Shun Mei-er and Qingling were different, and so was Huang Fuyan. Huang Fuyan did not expect Li Lingtian to be so serious. The sudden kiss shocked her whole body. Her mind was hit hard and she was instantly stunned. She had never been close to a man before, let alone someone touching her. Now, someone was actually kissing her. She had never thought that this would happen. Gradually, his entire body became weak. His mind had already fallen into it. Although he did not cater to it, he did not reject it either. It was as if he was in a dream. He had no idea where he was at this moment. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian released Huang Fuyan with an evil smile in his eyes. "This little girl is still a virgin." "Yes." Huang Fuyan felt an inexplicable sense of loss when she was released. She moaned as she regained her senses. When she saw that Li Lingtian was still looking at her, her face flushed red and she felt extremely hot. This man actually kissed her so domineeringly. She didn't know how she felt. Was it anger, shame, or something else? "You still want to follow me?" Li Lingtian crossed his arms and looked at Huang Fuyan with a threatening smile on his face. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? You'd better not let this lady find an opportunity, or else you're done for." Huang Fuyan felt embarrassed and conflicted. She had been kissed by this man. If she stayed, she would be bullied. If she left, everything she had done would be in vain. In the midst of their conflict, Li Lingtian's smug expression made them stubborn. They were not afraid of anything but a young man. "All right, since that's the case, you'll be my maid from now on. You have to be at my beck and call. Hee, even when I'm sleeping, you have to be at my beck and call. Hee." Li Lingtian chuckled sinisterly. Huang Fuyan's face turned even more shy when she recalled what had just happened. Needless to say, she knew what Li Lingtian meant. He wanted her to serve him in bed. "I can be your maid, but you have to guarantee my safety. If I'm unwilling—" After Huang Fuyan finished speaking, she hurriedly ran out, not daring to stay here any longer. After she ran out, she realized that something was wrong. The two little beauties kept staring at her, which made her feel even more unbearable. The two little beauties must have misunderstood what had happened between them. "Sister Huangfu, what are you doing in there? Your face is very red." Ji looked at Huang Fuyan and was instantly confused. Big Brother must have done something to carry Huang Fuyan in. However, it had only been 2 minutes, so he definitely hadn't done anything. He was instantly extremely curious. When she asked this question, Huang Fuyan wanted to jump down. However, this was a spaceship. If she jumped down, she would definitely die. Chapter 329 Chapter 329 Destroying the Ping Family. Chapter 329 Destroying the Ping Family. Healy. Hearing Ji Yi's words, Qing Ling, who was in a daze, couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had stopped Huang Fuyan from seducing the young noble in the auction house, but he hadn't expected such a thing to happen. She knew that she was selfish and that there were many things that she couldn't manage. The only thing she wanted now was for her young master to have her in his heart. She naturally knew that young master didn't do anything to Huang Fuyian. Based on young master's strength, he would definitely be able to make Huang Fuyian look like she was in a sorry state. He was already someone who had experienced it before, but in front of young master, he had no power to resist at all, let alone Huang Fuyian, a virgin girl. "You're still laughing." Huang Fuyian's face was extremely red. Seeing Qingling laugh at her, she fiercely said. After that, Li Lingtian was still resting in his room while the three girls watched the spaceship from outside. Although Qingling didn't know where Pingyang City was, with Huang Fuyian she naturally wouldn't get lost. During these 5 days, Li Lingtian would tease Huang Fuyian whenever he was free. Huang Fuyian was more unrestrained than the first time. She was not in such a sorry state. She knew that Li Lingtian was just making her happy and did not do anything to her. However, Li Lingtian had teased her to the point where she could not care less at times. However, Li Lingtian had let go of her, which made her gnash her teeth in hatred. As time passed, Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship arrived outside Pingyang City. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he did not pause for even a moment before he directed the spaceship toward the city. Since he was here to cause trouble, he would not be polite and just barge in. "Where are you from?" "This is Pingyang City's Ping family. The flying ship has landed. Please come and beg for forgiveness." A patrolling martial arts grandmaster shouted when he saw Li Lingtian's spaceship heading straight for Pingyang City. He had never seen anyone causing trouble in Pingyang City before. This was also the first time that he had the Ping family backing him up, and no one dared to do anything to him. This made him develop a high and mighty attitude. However, what responded to him was a destructive attack. Boom! With a loud explosion, the destructive attack directly bombarded his body. He was unable to resist at all and instantly turned into ashes. Even the ground collapsed and countless cracks appeared on the city walls. "Fang Tian, get out here and face your death." Li Lingtian's spaceship was already hovering above the Ping family. The array formation on the spaceship was activated. Even though it was not a heavenly cloud battleship, Li Lingtian had made some simple modifications to it and enhanced its defense by several times. His voice was like a dragon's roar, resounding through the 9 heavens. Instantly, most of the martial artists in Pingyang City were stunned by this voice. He was extremely shocked. He did not know which martial artist who did not know life and death had come to die. "Who is courting death?" This is Pingyang City's Ping family. "Do you want to die?" What a powerful sound wave vibration. This aura is like a dragon's roar. All of a sudden, countless martial artists began to discuss among themselves as they quickly flew toward the Ping family. With the powerful Ping family here, no one could shake Pingyang City. Naturally, they would not be in any danger. He just wanted to see who had the guts to come and seek death. "Who is courting death?" A sonorous voice rang out. As soon as the voice was heard, a loud and clear voice burst out toward Li Lingtian. At the peak of the first level of the Supreme Realm, a powerful aura erupted from his entire body. Without the slightest hesitation, it charged toward Li Lingtian with a terrifying force that tore the air apart. Li Lingtian's heart tightened. It was an attack-type powerhouse. Then, he circulated his true energy and unleashed the true dragon body barrier. He also punched out. This punch carried the power of the dominating heavenly fist and the terrifying cultivation of a peak rank 6 martial emperor. Boom! Boom! 2. Roar! The 2 destructive attacks collided. It seemed like a single attack, but it was indeed 2 destructive attacks. The first punch negated the Supreme Realm Expert's attack, and the second punch landed on the Supreme Realm Expert's body, shattering his defensive shield. At that moment, Li Lingtian unleashed his Azure Dragon's power. 3 Azure Dragons burst out and crushed the tall, revered martial artist into pieces. In the blink of an eye, a martial honor of the Ping family was killed. All the martial artists who came to watch did not react at all. He thought that he was seeing things, but in the end, when the tall, revered martial artist was turned into dust and never appeared again, he realized that everything was not a hallucination, but real. What kind of concept was it to kill a Supreme Realm Expert in one move? All the martial artists looked at the young man on the spaceship. The white-robed young man was elegant and graceful. He was like a fairyland. His elegant temperament carried a powerful aura. Behind the white-clothed young man, there were 3 peerless beauties that could topple cities, stunning all the warriors. "Who are you? You have come to my Ping family. Sorry for not welcoming you, but you killed my Ping family's disciple. Did the Ping family offend you in some way?" At this moment, 13 Supreme Realm Experts appeared in the air. The appearance of the 13 Supreme Realm Experts was also the moment Li Lingtian killed the tall Supreme Realm Expert. He had witnessed his Ping clan's powerhouse being killed in one move. All the Ping family warriors were shocked. They knew that the Ping family had encountered a great enemy. However, he could not figure out when he had offended such a terrifying young man. "Your Ping family has indeed offended me. Could it be that the Ping clan is so forgetful that they forgot about me?" Li Lingtian hovered in the air and stared at the 13 revered martial artists. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he did not take the 13 revered martial artists seriously at all. With his current cultivation, he was at the peak of rank 6 martial emperor. He was not worried at all when facing experts below the 4th level of martial honored realm. Once the myriad returning sword was used, no matter how many revered martial artists there were, they would only be destroyed. "Li Lingtian. It's Li Lingtian. Alright, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door to seek death. Then I'll fulfill your wish." More than 10 Supreme Realm Experts kept recalling and finally thought of the existence of a person. That person had killed 3 Supreme Realm Experts of the Yen family when he was a martial ancestor. In the end, there were a few experts who had killed his Ping family. He did not expect that they would actually come knocking on his door now. However, they could not believe that in just a few months, the other party had actually advanced from a martial arts grandmaster to a rank 6 martial emperor. How did he cultivate? It's good that you know. Today you'll die. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness, and the silver-winged flying dragon, little white, jade-eyed beast, and multicolored beast appeared beside him to protect the 3 little beauties. With a flick of his divine sense, the heavenly fault sword appeared in front of him, and a ball of light appeared. Whoosh! A destructive sword will erupted between heaven and earth. The sword will filled the space of 100 miles, and Li Lingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. Around him, there were countless sharp swords spinning. These sharp swords were all profound level weapons and above. There were more than 10,000 of them. What was even more terrifying was that there were 36 peerless emperor weapons and a saint weapon in the center of these sharp swords. The pressure of the saint weapon and emperor weapon, as well as the pressure of the tens of thousands of swords, instantly tore the space apart. A world of swords appeared. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as he glared coldly at the 13 Ping clan's revered martial artists. There was no change in his expression. With a wave of his hand, the space shook and the heaven-destroying sword formation was formed. The destructive sword intent, the soaring sword chi, and the terrifying sword silk tore the space apart. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian shouted softly and pushed with one hand. The 100-meter-wide sword formation turned into a meteor and struck the 13 revered martial artists of the Ping clan at the same time. Tens of thousands of sharp swords and 36 Emperor artifacts, coupled with the power of the Saint artifact, almost formed one. Even if it was magical, it would be destroyed by this move. Ah! Use the destruction array. 2 run. 2. Not good, quickly dodge. CI. The 13 Supreme Realm experts had never expected that one person could actually use an array, and it was a terrifying sword array. He had never imagined that he would be able to unleash the myriad returning swords in an instant. Instantly, all the martial artists and experts of the Ping clan were stunned. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. CC. All ah. Boom. Boom. All ah. You. Heaven and earth trembled. Sword chi and sword ribbons carried a destructive aura as they continuously killed the 13 Supreme Realm experts. 1 or 2 profound level weapons were not in the eyes of a Supreme Realm expert at all. However, with over 10,000 swords and an Emperor-level Saint artifact, this attack was a whole, and its power was countless times stronger than a single sword. With one attack, several Supreme Realm experts were instantly killed without any resistance. All! With a final scream, the myriad returning swords disappeared, and so did the sword light. Only a faint sword intent floated in the air. 13 Supreme Realm experts had all died. He had killed 13 powerful Supreme Realm experts in one move. The Ping clan was the ruler of Pingyang City. However, such a ruler was destroyed by a young martial emperor in one move. All! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of warriors hiding in the distance couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Ping family was so powerful, yet they were killed like ants. Was this a human or a god? The Ping family will disappear into history. With a wave of his hands, Li Lingtian released a wave of destruction and death aura. Soon after, a trace of extermination aura was added to the 2 auras. A 4-colored beam of light shot toward the Ping family mansion. The shocking beam of light ignored the distance between them. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Within a radius of 10 miles, the ruins were destroyed, and the 5 people survived. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions. The aura of extermination that lingered for a long time made the hearts of countless experts tremble. Li Lingtian glanced at Little White who was beside him. Little White's body flashed and disappeared. However, he appeared in the ruins of the Ping family. His body flashed continuously as he collected weapons, bags of holding, and some treasures. After a short while, Li Lingtian glared at the powerhouses who were watching the battle. He then steered the spaceship and flew away. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship disappeared into the horizon. The Ping family had disappeared into history and Pingyang City was in chaos. Chapter 330 Separation. Chapter 330 Separation. Moonrise City, Tranquil Sun City, and the nearby cities. All the warriors were shocked. A martial emperor youth had killed a martial honor with one move, killed all the experts of the Ping family with one move and destroyed the foundation of the Ping family with the last move. Moreover, most of the warriors had heard of this young man and countless stories about Li Lingtian had spread. Li Lingtian, 19 years old, Tier 6 Martial Emperor Super Powerhouse. His strength was shocking. He had killed more than one Supreme Realm expert in one strike. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist and an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. This news was in the hands of countless experts. In an instant, countless experts and families ordered their disciples not to provoke this terrifying young man. Because the Ping family had chased him, this young man had hidden for a period of time and then came back to wipe out the Ping family. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, who was the focus of these warriors, had already left Pingyang City tens of thousands of miles away. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged in his room, while Ji Yi and Qing Ling enjoyed the scenery. Huang Fuyan looked at Li Lingtian from her room, feeling uneasy. This young man was getting more and more incomprehensible. This young man had his own temperament when he did things, and he acted according to his own principles. He could save her and kiss her, but he never violated her when she didn't agree. In front of his family and friends, he was an amiable young man, but in front of his enemies, he was a decisive and ruthless super-expert. Aya. After some time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and waved his hand lazily. My shoulders are a little sore. Give me a massage. Li Lingtian replied indifferently. He did not even look at Huang Fuyan as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. Huang Fuyan was also speechless. This was not the first time. She was also baffled that she did not object at all and was willing to massage her shoulders. She looked at him enjoying himself, but she did not feel any hatred. She even felt a sense of accomplishment. This thought made her tremble. She was not like this in the past. But now she had changed. In front of him, she had actually become a little woman. Oh right, my future is very dangerous. I advise you to leave. I can't give you anything, so I'll give this to you. After a long time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and retrieved a storage pouch from the divine dragon ring. He stood up and turned to look at Huang Fuyan. Then, he handed over the storage bag. Even he himself was not confident about the path ahead. He didn't want to harm this girl, because he was facing the 3 super forces and Dishi family. Since Ji had followed him out, he could do nothing about it. This was his responsibility. Qingling was his maid and also his woman. Naturally, she had to follow him. However, Huang Fuyan didn't have any relationship with him. They hadn't spent much time together, so it wasn't a big deal for them to separate. You are really generous. Huang Fuyan was also stunned, but she had a smile on her face. She took the storage bag and sent her divine sense into it. She was instantly shocked. There were actually more than 10 jade bottles inside, all filled with precious medicinal pills, all of which were peerless. There were also a few peerless profound level weapons and imperial weapons, and even 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. These things were not something that a young warrior could take out. However, he took it out so generously. He was shocked and seemed to have understood something. He must have let him down. I can help you. I'll try my best to help. Please forgive me for my rudeness during this period of time. I'm a normal man. When facing a beautiful woman, I'll naturally be tempted. However, I can't harm you. The path ahead of me is not something that wealth can solve. I have these things now, so they should be able to help you a little. If I can survive, you will still be my maid. But now, you are no longer my maid. Wait a moment, I will find a city and send you down. You can cultivate in peace. There are a few good cultivation techniques and skills that you can use. When Li Lingtian saw Huang Fuyan take the storage pouch, a comforting smile appeared on his face. Then, he said it calmly. He did not want this young girl to misunderstand, nor did he want to harm her. After saying that, he turned around and opened the door to leave. He came to the front of the spaceship and looked at the distant sky. Huang Fuyan did not expect this young man to be here. Her heart trembled. There was actually such a foolish person in this world. However, she was so silly that she was cute. She was actually willing to give up on her so that she would not be hurt. During this period of time, although the two of them were close and were teased by him, he let go. So that was what happened. She finally understood that it wasn't that she wasn't charming enough, nor was it that she wasn't beautiful enough. It was just that he didn't want to harm her. That was all. When she saw Li Lingtian walk out, she, who was about to crack a joke, felt her heart tremble. She followed him out of the room, leaving behind her not so imposing figure at the door. The owner of this back view was strong, domineering, gentle, and heart-wrenching. At this moment, this figure looked a little lonely, like a wild goose that had left its hometown. This loneliness made one's heart ache. She wanted to know why this young man was so lonely. He had a dazzling halo on the surface, but he had such a lonely back. She knew that this young man was a heaven-defying monster. He had the talent and strength that all the martial artists on the continent were jealous of. He was a 19-year-old 6th-level martial emperor, an 18-year-old alchemy saint, the first alchemy saint of the Azure continent, and an honorary elder of the Alchemy Guild. Any one of these halos was something that those super experts looked up to. Qing Ling and Ji also sensed the aura and Li Lingtian's loneliness. However, no one bothered him. This loneliness was the loneliness from the bottom of his heart. Huang Fuyuyan felt sour in her heart and felt bad for this young man. He could not help but walk up to Li Lingtian and stand behind him. He then looked at Li Lingtian's back seriously. Ji and Qing Ling had left the spaceship and returned to their rooms. "This is for you. I'm your maid, just like Qing Ling. I can face any problems. Do you think I can run away for myself?" "Humph, this lady is not what you think. I will not be afraid of death." Huang Fuyuyan walked up to Li Lingtian and handed him the storage pouch as she spoke in a serious tone. "Who do you think you are? You don't have to care about my matters. I'm very annoyed right now. Get down. If I am still alive, you can hate me." Li Lingtian's eyes turned confused. He muttered to himself for a moment before speaking coldly. As he spoke, a ring of light appeared with one hand and the other. The ring of light wrapped around Huang Fuyuyan. With a wave of his hand, the spaceship's defense was opened. Huang Fuyuyan was thrown out as well. Li Lingtian sighed softly as he uttered his final words. She could hate him, but she had to hate him while he was still alive. If he was dead, she couldn't hate him. The flying ship sped up, and in the blink of an eye, they had already traveled tens of kilometers away. However, Huang Fuyuyan's voice was heard from behind. Her voice was filled with confusion and anger. Li Lingtian did not turn around but accelerated the spaceship. In a moment, he had disappeared into the horizon. In the sky, Huang Fuyuyan watched as the flying ship disappeared. Her sparkling tears rolled down her face. Her entire body was suspended in the air by the halo and slowly sank down. "You bad guy, I won't forgive you. When the time comes, I will beat you up," Huang Fuyuyan said coldly. Her body had already landed on the ground. When she landed on the ground, the halo disappeared. As if he had lost his soul, he quickly flew towards the city in the distance. "Big brother, why did you let Sister Huang Fu go down alone?" When Ji and Qing Ling came out, they happened to see Li Lingtian released. Huang Fuyuyan. They were both shocked but did not say anything. Ji asked seriously after they had flown far away. "You're my sister. We'll face danger together. But sometimes your safety is my greatest wish." I don't want to hurt her, because I'm going to face the 3 superpowers of the Azure continent and the Dishi family. You'll understand in the future. Li Lingtian smiled as he reached out to stroke Ji Yi's hair. After that, Li Lingtian looked at the direction and flew toward the northeast. With his current cultivation base, he could only start by touching the Dishi family. Dishi family was a knot, and he would not feel at ease until he solved it. The Queen's Palace. Shun Mei was at least a member of the Queen's Palace. He could wait for a while before dealing with her. He couldn't deal with the Kanglan building, so he could only hide. The Wind Moon Palace didn't look good either. He definitely couldn't get involved. After spending half a month on the spaceship, Li Lingtian finally landed and found a city to rest. After all, martial artists were humans. It was not a good thing to be on a spaceship every day. After flying for about 10 days, they would rest for a few days and search for some important materials and medicinal herbs in the city. After half a year, they finally arrived at Vast Heaven City. Vast Heaven City was also Dishi family's territory. Compared to soliciting Moon City, Vast Heaven City was hundreds of times larger. This was the powerful Dishi family, one of the top 10 families in the Azure continent. The Dishi family was much stronger than the Ping family. However, they didn't enter Vast Heaven City this time. Instead, they came to Snowcloud City, which was 500,000 kilometers away. The three of them entered Snowcloud City quietly and found a place to settle down. If he wanted to deal with Dishi family, he couldn't just barge in recklessly. Instead, he had to plan step by step and try to succeed. Chapter 331 Chapter 331 Snow Cloud City 1 Chapter 331 Snow Cloud City 1 Do you think you can just throw me away like this? After Li Lingtian and the other two entered the city, a cloaked woman in black snorted from a distance. Her voice was unyielding. Seeing that the three of them had entered the city, he waited for a moment before he got his token and followed them in, disappearing into the Laughing City. Li Lingtian brought Qing Ling and Ji Yi to a relatively remote mansion to stay in. This place was arranged by the Yi clan's powerhouses. Although they did not know why Li Lingtian was here, they did not dare to make a sound. This was also Li Lingtian's order. Moreover, Li Lingtian had specifically called Yi Feng over for this matter. Young lord, you can make do with this mansion for now. After we have some information and power in Snowcloud City, we will come to see you. Yi Feng said respectfully after he brought Li Lingtian into the mansion. Now, he had finally been completely conquered by this young man. The strength of this young man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was a saint alchemist. Coupled with the Alchemist Guild, there was even more hope for the matter of the blue screen. Alright, be careful. Li Lingtian waved his hand. Although Yi Feng and the others had arrived here first, they were too far away from Qinglan City. Not long after they arrived, Li Lingtian and the other two arrived. There were many things that he had yet to find out. Although he did not know why Li Lingtian was here, he could imagine that this place was very close to the Dishi family. It was likely that Li Lingtian was here for the Dishi family. The more it was like this, the more cautious he was, worried that he might leak any information that would be detrimental to Li Lingtian. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the other two settled down in the mansion and began cultivating in peace. Yi Feng and the others were left to handle the rest. After settling down, Li Lingtian explained his situation to Qing Ling and Ji Yi while he was cultivating. Since they had followed him here, they were definitely qualified to know. Big brother, you said that Sister Qingyue was brought back to the Azure continent by Dishi family's powerful warriors. How despicable! After Ji Yi heard this, he was instantly angry. Someone actually attacked the person Big Brother liked. This happened to her because of you, so I have to save her. Li Lingtian's face was filled with determination. Even though he did not have any feelings for Tang Qingyue, he was still afraid of his sister. However, when he was injured in the battle with the martial emperor, she used the blood of Extreme Yin to heal him. The blood of Extreme Yin was the only drop of essence blood for a girl with the body of Extreme Yin. It was as important as a girl's chastity. Tang Qingyue must be suffering in Dishi family now. If he didn't get her out, he could still cultivate in peace. It was likely that he would be traumatized for the rest of his life. Now, he felt that it was very easy for his cultivation to reach a bottleneck. This was also a problem with his state of mind. He had 3 mountains pressing down on him: House of Storms, Dishi family, and the Queen's Palace. I believe that young master will be able to successfully rescue Miss Blue Moon. We will also work hard to cultivate. I hope that we will not become a burden to young master. Qingling also said seriously. She was just curious about how this Tang Qingyue was so beautiful that her master cared so much about her. There was also Miss Tang Zimeng, who was young master's fiancée. She must be extremely beautiful. Both sisters were related to young master. The younger sister beside the young master was an unparalleled existence in the world. There was no other girl as beautiful as her in the divine martial continent. Following that, Li Lingtian focused on his cultivation and did not neglect his alchemy and cultivation. Moreover, he had already thought it through in his heart. The divine pill pavilion had to be established. Sooner or later, his whereabouts would be known. Now that he had arrived at Snowcloud City, he wasn't far from Vast Heaven City. It was better to establish the divine pill pavilion and rope in some forces. In this way, his identity as a member of the Alchemist Guild would be known by other powerful forces, and Dishi family wouldn't dare to deal with him rashly. In this way, he could also take the initiative. Thinking of this, he started to refine pills. Every day, he would put all his energy into refining pills, and every day, he would be exhausted. However, he discovered a benefit. After he consumed it, he could cultivate faster with medicinal pills. He felt what it meant to break and then build. Because after consumption, his body needed energy, and the pills he refined were powerful energy. Qing Ling and Ji Yi also helped to organize the herbs and pills. The three of them were laughing and chatting happily. Even if she was tired, she was happy. Li Lingtian was refining pills while Qing Ling and Ji Yi helped to organize the pills and herbs. Li Lingtian took out all the storage pouches in his divine dragon ring and let Qing Ling organize them. Naturally, he would not touch the herb garden in the divine dragon ring now. Unless he was refining a powerful elixir, he would not use it easily. Just the storage bags obtained from other martial artists contained countless medicinal herbs. No matter what kind of martial artist it was, the storage bag had the most low-grade medicinal herbs. Li Lingtian continued to refine pills every day, refining all these herbs into pills. His alchemy skills slowly improved, and his experience became richer and richer. After he was tired from refining pills, he would use pills to cultivate. This way, his pill refining skills would quickly improve, and his pills would increase. His cultivation would also increase rapidly. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In half a year's time, Li Lingtian had refined half a year's worth of pills. In half a year, he had broken through to the 7th level of the martial emperor realm from the 6th level, and his cultivation realm was also very stable. He had also used up half of the low-grade materials in his hand. The other half of the low-grade materials were all refined into peerless medicinal pills. 600 bottles of first-grade pills, 600 bottles of second-grade pills, 500 bottles of third-grade pills, and 400 bottles of fourth-grade pills. 2 bottles of Tier 5 Azure Yang pills, and 100 bottles of soul-restoring pills. 10 bottles of 6th-grade cleansing pills, 10 bottles of 6th-grade 5 elements coagulation pills, and 10 bottles of 6th-grade limitless pills. The 1st to 4th grades were all peerless quality, and the 5th and 6th grade medicinal pills were also of high quality. These were all his results in half a year. With these Dan beads, the divine pill pavilion could be established and absorb countless forces. By then, they would have a certain degree of confidence in facing the Dishi family. He didn't need these forces to fight against Dishi family, but to threaten them. At least, the Dishi family wouldn't play any trick. In front of countless forces and martial artists, he would not attack in group. No matter what happened, he had to make arrangements first. In this half a year, Yi Feng and the rest had also made arrangements. The divine pill pavilion opened as scheduled. Yi Feng and the others would handle everything. He only needed to refine pills and cultivate. He believed that they would do a better job than him in absorbing those super experts and forces. Sure enough, after the Divine Pill Pavilion appeared, it immediately caused a stir in Snow Cloud City. Did you guys know that a Divine Pill House has appeared in Snow Cloud City? The pills sold there are all peerless. There are even high-grade Tier 5 and 6 pills. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion said that they won't refine ordinary pills. They can only refine peerless and top-grade pills. The Sky Roar restaurant was one of the largest restaurants in Snow Cloud City. It was also the gathering place for countless experts and martial artists. It was also the place where news spread the fastest. A young martial artist revealed an excited expression as he enjoyed the delicacies on the table while talking loudly. Immediately, this news attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the restaurant. They were all extremely surprised. A peerless medicinal pill? Is that possible? That's right. Supreme grade pills are just a legend. Even in the divine martial continent, there might not be any supreme grade pills. They even said that they are all peerless pills. I think that as long as they have peerless pills, the Divine Pill Pavilion will cause a sensation in the world. Is it possible to sell a Tier 5 or 6 medicinal pill? That's right. Tier 5 and 6 pills are all controlled by those super forces. Those super forces don't even have enough of them, so how could they sell them? That's just bragging. All the martial artists were instantly shocked, and then they were in disbelief. A peerless pill was a legendary existence. It was impossible for it to appear in the Azure continent. Moreover, Tier 5 and 6 pills were all refined by spirit alchemists, and it was very difficult to succeed. Refining a cauldron of pills had long been reserved by the experts in their own family forces. How could there be more pills to sell? This was a joke. If it was like what you said, he wouldn't be called the Divine Pill Pavilion. Look, this is what I exchanged all my wealth for. After the young man finished speaking, he revealed a disdainful smile and took out one jade bottle after another. The jade bottle was filled with peerless pills. The first-grade essence cultivating pill was peerless. The second-grade spirit binding pill was a peerless grade. The third-grade void spirit pill was also a peerless grade. Even the fourth-grade purple jade pill was a peerless grade. Instantly, all the martial artists were stunned, their eyes flashing with desire. This is the 5th and 6th grade medicinal pills that I exchanged for with all my assets, the Azure Yang pill and the Dust Cleansing pill. The young man let the other martial artists take a look at these medicinal pills. All the martial artists did not speak anymore because they were shocked by the medicinal pills in front of them. In the end, the young man put away the pills and mysteriously took out 2 more pills. His expression was solemn, as if they were family treasures. It really is a peerless medicinal pill. They are all peerless medicinal pills. Even 5th and 6th grade medicinal pills are of high quality. What kind of realm does one have to be in to be able to refine such a medicinal pill? Does the Divine Pill Pavilion really exist? I want to buy some too. The power of this pill is beyond imagination. If you don't buy it, it's gone. Brother, where is the Divine Pill Pavilion? Yeah, tell us where the Divine Pill Pavilion is. Hurry up, eking hurry up. All of a sudden, all the warriors in the restaurant were in an uproar. Following the direction pointed by the young man, all the warriors flew in the direction of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the entire restaurant was empty. There wasn't a single warrior left. When the young man saw this, a strange smile appeared on his face. He turned around and left the restaurant. His body strangely disappeared. In other places in Snow Cloud City, the figure of this young man also appeared. Moreover, he had even mentioned the conditions of the Divine Pill Pavilion's transaction. The appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion was like a heavy bomb that exploded in Snow Cloud City. All the forces, families, and super experts in the city were shocked. This was because the Divine Pill Pavilion had produced peerless pills and even sold level 5 and 6 high-grade pills. This was something that had never happened in the Azure continent, and it was something that had never happened in Snow Cloud City. In an instant, the Divine Pill Pavilion became the hottest topic in Snow Cloud City. Chapter 332, Chapter 332, Sangjo Dishi Family, 1. Chapter 332, Sangjo Dishi Family, 1. There were 6 revered martial artists in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Even if someone wanted to attack the Divine Pill Pavilion, they would have to think twice. After all, the pills that the Divine Pill Pavilion refined were all peerless existences. Moreover, they even took out Tier 5 and Tier 6 pills to sell. It was definitely not something that an ordinary faction could do. In addition to the 6 Supreme Realm experts of the Divine Pill Pavilion, if they could casually take out 6 Supreme Realm experts to hold down the fort, the power behind them would definitely be very powerful. The rise of an external force made the major families and forces in Snow Cloud City feel a sense of crisis. However, they could not easily offend the Divine Pill Pavilion. The Divine Pill Pavilion became stronger and stronger. Countless martial artists became loyal followers of the Divine Pill Pavilion. After all, an alchemist who could refine a peerless medicinal pill had a terrifying and powerful influence. Although he did not know the identity of this alchemist, he was definitely not someone to provoke. More and more martial artists followed and supported the Divine Pill Pavilion. All the rogue cultivator forces in Snow Cloud City gradually moved closer to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Lingtian sat in the mansion to cultivate. He was constantly receiving news from the outside world. On this day, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he received the news from outside. "Young master, what's wrong?" Yi Feng was surprised to see the change in Li Lingtian's expression. In front of his young master, there was almost nothing that could make him change his expression. Was it because of a message in the jade slip that made him pale? He knew the message in the jade slip, which was about the marriage between Dishi family and Tuoba family. But then, he thought of a girl with a different surname who was married in Dishi family. Was this girl related to the young master in some way? Transfer all of your forces to Vast Heaven City. I want to know all of the information regarding Vast Heaven City, including the movements of the various factions in Vast Heaven City. Remember, if anything happens to me, you have to hide. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal Yi Feng to leave. Now he was extremely frustrated. Nothing was beyond his imagination. Moreover, things had happened so quickly. In this world, people's plans were not as good as God's plans. Plans were not as fast as changes. After Yi Feng left, Li Lingtian's expression kept changing as he read the information in the jade slip. He quickly calculated in his heart. This matter was no longer up to him. Tang Qingyue of the Dishi family and the No-I genius of the Tuoba family are engaged in marriage. Li Lingtian's mind was in a mess. He did not expect the Dishi family to make such a move. The Tuoba family was just an outsider family and was an independent family in Vast Heaven City. The family was extremely mysterious. He didn't expect that Dishi family would use Tang Qingyue to marry Tuoba family. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the news of the marriage between Tang Qingyue of the Dishi family and Tuoba Yu, the number 1 genius of the Tuoba family, had spread throughout Vast Heaven City. Even countless super cities and families in the Azure continent had received invitations. There must be some kind of scheme. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set the date on August 15th. August 15th, there's still half a month left. Could it be that they've been plotting against us all this time? Qingling also knew about this news. The 3 of them gathered together and shared their thoughts. The 3 of them had the same idea. Dishi family was a powerful family, and they should have seen their every move. Plus, Dishi family knew that he was here because of what happened in the Divine Pill Pavilion. They didn't want the Divine Pill Pavilion to become stronger, so they didn't want to make such a move at this moment. Even if Li Lingtian knew that there would be a trap, he still had to jump into it. Many things are beyond our control and beyond our imagination. Dishi family married Tang Qingyue, and we might not know about it. The Tuoba family is just an outsider family. In Vast Heaven City, the Dishi family is also the ruler of the city. However, there must be a reason why the Dishi family can tolerate the Tuoba family and use Tang Qingyue to form a marriage alliance. You know, Tang Qingyue is Dishi Lingfeng's fiancé. Even though she gave me the blood of extreme Yin, the Dishi family has already brought her back to the Dishi family. It's definitely not that simple for the Dishi family to marry Tang Qingyue to Tuobayu. Although Li Lingtian was anxious, he remained calm. This was because he had to solve the problem and he had to think of a solution before he could solve it. It was not his style to act rashly. Although he had no choice now, he had to take the initiative. Even if he was passive, he had to have a chance to resist. He couldn't just let the fish eat his own flesh. Then does Big Brother want to go? Ji was still the most direct. Facing such an unexpected situation, she didn't know what to do either and wanted to see how Ling Tian would resolve it. Of course, but you have to hide during this period of time. You can't go out casually. Without any hesitation, Li Lingtian looked at Qing Ling and Ji seriously. He could go alone. If too many people went, it would be a burden. If he was alone, even if he couldn't defeat them, he had a high chance of escaping. However, if he brought Ji and Qing Ling along, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Ji and Qing Ling could only nod. They wanted to help Li Lingtian. However, the powerful warriors of Dishi family were always martial emperors and martial venerables. If they followed them, they would only be a burden. Following that, Li Lingtian secretly sent the two of them away. They left Snowcloud City and settled down in an inconspicuous little city. As long as the two of them hid in the city, even gods would not be able to find them. After finishing everything, he quietly returned to Snow Cloud City and practiced all kinds of skills. He circulated his ice soul, martial soul, and calmed himself down. Vast Heaven City was the territory of Dishi family. The entire Vast Heaven City was known as the sixth largest city in the Azure continent. Dishi family was as powerful as the Green Mist City. Besides, Dishi family had a strong mountain range, which had a lot of natural resources. According to legend, the Vast Heaven Mountains were the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Although no one had seen any ruins in the Vast Heaven Mountains, countless experts knew about this legend. However, since Dishi family came here, no one dared to enter this place. This place had been designated as a forbidden area by Dishi family, and no outsiders dared to enter. Vast Heaven Great City had countless monster cores and materials. It was a place that countless experts of the Azure continent favored. Ever since Dishi family sent out the invitation letter, countless super forces in the Azure continent had sent their important figures to Vast Heaven City to participate in the marriage between Tuoba family and Dishi family. Countless experts had a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. This was because such a marriage alliance was nothing more than gathering wealth. The warriors who came to participate naturally gave gifts. Spiritual stones were naturally not allowed. They were all some rare treasures. In one go, Dishi family had gained a great amount of wealth. However, even if they were not convinced, they still had to go. Dishi family was a powerful family, and no one dared to provoke them. If they didn't come, they would offend Dishi family, and they would suffer in the future. For a time, countless flying ships and supreme experts flew through the air, their destination naturally being Vast Heaven City. As for Vast Heaven City, It was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The entire city was filled with a festive atmosphere. In Dishi family, in a mysterious underground world. Brother Tuoba, do you think that person really has a 5 elements martial soul? In the underground secret chamber, there were 7 powerful Supreme Realm experts sitting. Each of them had already reached the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. One of them was only at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. However, the other 7th level Supreme Realm experts had respectful expressions when facing this 6th level Supreme Realm expert. Dishi Qingling, the current leader of the Dishi family, was the most powerful one except for the Supreme Elder, who was cultivating in seclusion. The 3 great elders had been in seclusion for 300 years, so the Dishi family didn't know what was happening to them. Brother Qingling, don't you believe me? I'm betting with the treasures passed down by our ancestors. As long as we succeed, we'll have a place in the entire divine martial continent, let alone the Azure continent. We've known for a long time. This person has the 5 elements martial soul. As long as we use him as a catalyst, we can open the battlefield ruins. Hee. Tuoba Nan glanced at Dishi Qingling and smiled. Then, he laughed out loud, as if he had become the most powerful warrior in the divine martial continent. If that's the case, our 2 families can join forces and dominate the Azure continent and the divine continent. We can return to the divine continent. Dishi Qingling chuckled, thinking about how he had been forced out by the super forces of the divine continent back then. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but he had never had the chance to return to the divine continent. Li Lingtian had no idea that he had been targeted long ago. In front of the god ceiling tower, a devilish man was looking at Tang Qingyue, who was inside the tower, with a vicious look on his face. He was the eldest young master of the Dishi family, and the number 1 genius of the Dishi family. Humph, you asked for it. You betrayed me and gave the Een blood to a piece of trash. Now, even if I don't want you, I'll add you to the Tuoba family, hee. It's said that Taba Yu is extremely talented in that aspect. You'll be able to enjoy it when the time comes. Dishi Lingfeng said blandly, his face showing a vicious look. He had never thought that someone in this world would dare to betray him. Although the woman in front of him didn't give him the Een blood, she was indeed a beauty that could topple a country. He couldn't bear to part with her. However, Tuoba Yu had taken a fancy to Tang Qingyue. He had somehow subdued a powerful warrior from his family and agreed to her request without caring about his face or the Dishi families. Shameless! Do you know that I regret it? Tang Qingyue felt so embarrassed when she heard Dishi Lingfeng's words, but now she was furious. He actually used her to marry into the Tuoba family. What was the use of such a man no matter how powerful he was? After saying that, she stared at Dishi Lingfeng with her bright eyes. Seeing that Dishi Lingfeng did not say anything, she continued coldly, I've never regretted it, because you're worlds apart from him. You call him trash? He relied on himself to grow stronger step by step, while you're just a yes man who relies on your family. You're worse than trash. Tang Qingyue's face was filled with madness as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with determination as she bit down on her own tongue. Chapter 333 Chapter 333 Wedding 1 Chapter 333 Wedding 1 Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and Tang Qingyue, who was in the god's ceiling pagoda, was completely imprisoned. She could not move at all. Dishi Lingfeng saw that Tang Qingyue was about to commit suicide. How could he let her have her way? Putting aside the fact that he was going to lure Li Lingtian here, Tang Qingyue had to maintain the marriage between the Dishi family and the Tuoba family. If Tang Qingyue died, the relationship between Dishi family and Tuoba family would be broken. Is it that easy to die? I want you to see with your own eyes how I kill him and make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. Dishi Lingfeng said coldly with a vicious look on his face. He felt great imagining Li Lingtian begging for mercy on his knees. With that said, he turned around and left. He was waiting for the wedding to come when he would personally kill Li Lingtian and destroy his reputation. Watching Dishi Lingfeng leave, Tang Qinyue showed a trace of hatred on her face. She was not sure if Li Lingtian would show up, but she was worried that he would be taken advantage of by the Dishi family and Tuoba family. However, she was looking forward to Li Lingtian's arrival to prove that her past was definitely worth it. Days passed. Dishi family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Countless super-powerful warriors had arrived. On this day, thousands of warriors gathered in the square of Dishi family. Those who came here were all martial arts grandmasters and above. Moreover, each of them was a famous and powerful figure. They were either the elders of a clan or the helmsmen of a sect. Those who could come here were all powerful warriors and families invited by Dishi family. On the wide square, there were thousands of tables. The more people sat at the front, the higher their status. At the front of the square was a huge platform. This platform was also used to announce support and was also the wedding venue for the bride and groom. Welcome to Dishi family, everyone. I am Dishi Yunshio. Today is the wedding day of Tang Qinyue of Dishi family and Tuoba, Yu of Tuoba family. Dishi family is really grateful that you have come to our family despite your busy schedule. Dishi Yunshio said loudly. He was a 5th-level martial honored realm warrior, one of the top 10 most powerful warriors in Dishi family, and the host of this wedding. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, Miss Tang. Eldest young master and Miss Tang are a match made in heaven. They're really a match made in heaven. Instantly, countless experts congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Beside a table not far from the high platform, a young man dressed in a red robe had an arrogant smile on his face. His entire head was raised high, completely disregarding the experts who had arrived. Dishi Lingfeng was standing beside him. His face was calm, and he didn't even look at Tuobayu. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in the sky. The Queen, Yu Bufeng, has come to congratulate Brother Dishi. A white-bearded old man flew over. His entire body carried a powerful aura. He was also a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert. One could imagine how powerful the Queen's palace was. As one of the 3 superpowers of the Azure continent, they naturally couldn't be too shabby. They had also sent a level 7 super expert over. Countless super experts' expressions changed drastically when they heard Yu Bufeng's name. Yu Bufeng was one of the 10 palace guards of the Queen's palace. His strength was terrifying, and he had never been defeated in his life. They did not expect the Queen's palace to send Yu Bufeng over. This had truly exceeded the expectations of all the powerhouses. Not only him, but even the people from Dishi family and Tuoba family didn't expect that the Queen's palace would send Yu Bufeng here. Haha, Brother Yu, you're here. Dishi family is honored to see you. Brother Yu, please take a seat. Dishi Yunshio was startled when he saw Yu Bufeng. However, as a martial supreme, he reacted immediately and showed a delighted look on his face. Before he could react, there was another sound of air being torn apart. A huge blood-red python flew over. The python was at least 20 meters long, and its entire body erupted with terrifying demonic power. It was a 6th-tier 5th-level demonic beast, the Green Cloud Dragon. On top of the Green Cloud Dragon was a young man with a confident smile on his face. Lai Xie of the Wind Moon Palace, congratulations on the marriage between Dishi family and Tuoba family. The young man said loudly as he gently waved the fan in his hand. His elegant temperament made countless martial artists admire him. Tian Lai Xie, a 6th-level martial honored realm expert, was the third prince of the Wind Moon Palace, one of the top 10 princes. He had not expected the Wind Moon Palace to send the third prince to the Dishi family. House of Storms, when Yunfeng is here. At the same time that Lai Xie arrived, the super experts of the House of Storms also arrived. Moreover, the person who arrived was also a 6th-level martial honored realm expert. His strength was shocking. He carried a huge broadsword on his back, emitting violent sword chi. He ignored all the experts and walked straight to the front of the square. The arrival of the 3 superpowers made all the experts feel pressured. With the top-notch experts of these superpowers joining them, they really felt a little restricted. When Yunfeng was also the only son of the House of Storms, Deputy House Master. He was extremely talented. He had reached the 6th level of the Supreme Realm before he was even 200 years old. He was not inferior to the third prince of the Wind Moon Palace. Haha, sirs, please take a seat. Dishi Yunxiu couldn't sit still anymore. Although the 3 super forces had given him invitations, they didn't expect him to come. Now, the 3 super forces had not only come, but also sent super powerful warriors at the 6th or 7th sky. Such a lineup was really out of Dishi family's expectation. The arrival of the 3 major powers had gathered almost all the major powers in the Azure continent. Even the Lan clan, Yi clan, and Dongling clan of Qinglan City had sent people to participate. Although the journey was long, these experts would only need a few days to use the mysterious teleportation array. However, the consumption was beyond imagination. After greeting all the powerful warriors politely, Dishi Yunxiu waited for the bride to come out. All the experts also built relationships with each other. After all, it was much better to be able to make friends with a Supreme Realm expert than to offend one. In an instant, countless experts were happily chatting. They enjoyed the delicacies while waiting for the wedding to begin. In Dishi family's God-sealing tower, Tang Qingyue's face was pale. He had never thought that he would one day reach such a stage without any freedom. "Miss, it's time to change." A maid walked into the God-sealing pagoda. Without the slightest bit of courtesy, she waved her hand and took out a jade bottle. Immediately, a red mist appeared and arrived in front of Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but she was powerless and could only be manipulated. Although she was conscious, she could not control her thoughts and could only let the maid change her clothes. In just a moment, she was dressed in a bright red gown, a phoenix crown, and a rosy robe. Her face was covered in a faint red makeup, and her entire person was incomparably beautiful. Her beauty was enough to make people go crazy. It was noon, and countless experts were getting impatient. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. Boom! Boom! A 7-colored light shot up into the sky. The light shot straight into the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire Dishi family was turned into a colorful and beautiful world, stunning countless warriors. After 9 consecutive rings, the sound in the sky quieted down, but the colorful world did not show any signs of dissipating. As soon as she finished speaking, 9 beautiful maids floated out of the air. In the middle of them was a peerless woman wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe. The woman was incomparably beautiful. There were 9 maids behind her. All the experts were stunned when they saw the woman. They didn't expect such a beautiful woman to exist in this world. He couldn't help but feel happy for Tuobayu. To be able to marry such a woman, it was worth it even if he had to live a few hundred years less. Similarly, when Tuobayu saw Tang Qingyue arrive, his eyes widened. This was also the second time he had seen Tang Qingyue. The first time was when he accidentally saw her in front of the God-sealing pagoda. In the end, she begged her father to propose marriage. Now that her wish had finally come true and she was about to become his woman, How could she not be excited? He quickly walked towards the high platform with a smile on his face. Now, I will preside over the wedding of Tuoba Yu and Tang Qingyue. I wish the two of you a long life together and love forever. Seeing Tang Qingyue, Dishi Yunxiu announced loudly. Instantly, countless powerful warriors below the stage burst into a round of applause. A series of beautiful music sounded, and the entire atmosphere was extremely happy. Tuoba Yu looked at Tang Qingyue in bliss. Only Dishi Lingfeng looked around with a confused look on his face. Countless warriors wondered why a girl surnamed Tang from Dishi family got married. Although many warriors knew about Dishi family, they didn't dare to talk about it. 2 crystal tears rolled down Tang Qingyue's face. Her life was ruined just like that. Wait! In the celebratory atmosphere, an extremely discordant voice sounded. All the warriors looked in the same direction and saw a young man in white walking on the road leading to Dishi family. The young man had a faint smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he strolled over as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Alone, he merged with the world, forming a unique landscape. All the martial artists were stunned. Although this young man was far away, his martial emperor realm could still be seen through the test. A young martial emperor dared to stop the wedding between Dishi family and Tuoba family. Was this insane? Or was this young man crazy? Even the 3 superpowers wouldn't dare to do such a thing, let alone a young man. Who is this? He's so arrogant. Even if he's here to attend the wedding, he can't stop him. Isn't this courting death? A martial emperor actually came to cause trouble. However, this young man is also a rare genius. It looks like he's only 20 years old, but he's already a martial emperor. His future is limitless. You're simply courting death. All of a sudden, countless martial artists were discussing animatedly, attracted by this young man's actions. Only a few martial artists knew about this young man's background. However, when they saw this young man appear, they were all extremely curious. However, the expression on Taba Yu's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 334 Chapter 334 The Power of Celestial Phenomenon. Chapter 334 The Power of Celestial Phenomenon. In the square, the atmosphere of the wedding was originally joyous, but the appearance of this young man had become strange. The look on Dishi Lingfeng's face gradually turned crazy. The young man in the distance looked like a pretty boy. He was elegant and had an otherworldly temperament that was enough to make any woman in the world fall for him. No wonder Tang Qingyue betrayed him. The anger in his heart gradually grew, and he wanted to tear this young man apart. The young man was naturally Li Lingtian. He walked toward the plaza step by step. Every step he took was steady and confident, making all the warriors feel impatient. This young man was actually walking so slowly. How long was he going to walk for? Do you have any objections? Finally, under the gaze of tens of thousands of powerhouses, Li Lingtian made his way to the center of the plaza. His eyes were fixed on the woman in the phoenix crown and rosy robe on the high platform in the distance. Tuoba Yu could not hold it in any longer as he asked Li Lingtian coldly. This young man had been staring at his wife, who was about to marry. Wasn't this an insult? Scram, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for him. She forcefully took away a disciple of my sky cloud sect. Now, he can't even protect his own woman. You are trash. Li Lingtian's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the plaza. He actually told Tuoba Yu to scram. Tuoba Yu was the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, a 3rd-level Supreme Realm super expert. A martial emperor had actually humiliated Taba Yu in front of all the super experts. Wasn't this courting death? Not only did he insult Tuoba Yu, but he also insulted Dishi Lingfeng. Instantly, countless warriors were confused and curious. Hearing this young man's words, there must be something interesting that they didn't know about. Moreover, they had never heard of Sky Cloud sect. Could it be a small sect? Damn it! Dishi Lingfeng was enraged. This was exposing his shortcomings. If all the powerful warriors knew about him, he would lose his face. With that said, he was about to fly up and kill Li Lingtian. This young man was truly detestable. It would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart if he did not kill him. Why? Are you worried that I will expose your shortcomings? She's a disciple of Sky Cloud sect in Sky Dragon Empire of Green Continent. You shamelessly took a fancy to her Een body and wanted to get the Een blood. Unfortunately, you didn't get it. You took her away, and now you married her to this trash as a member of Dishi family. Your cultivation base is trash, and your character alone makes you unfit to be a human being. Li Lingtian looked at the enraged Dishi Lingfeng. He too wanted to see what the ultimate powerhouse he had always looked up to was like now. After saying that, the faces of all the powerful warriors became extremely weird. Although they did not say anything, in Dishi Lingfeng's eyes, it seemed like these powerful warriors were laughing at him. He was instantly enraged. In a flash, he flew toward Li Lingtian and a destructive palm print pressed down on him. In the air, the force continued to tear apart. The destructive force tore apart the space above Li Lingtian. Seeing the power of the third level of martial honored realm, they were all shocked. They did not expect Dishi Lingfeng to obtain the third level of martial honored realm in such a short time. A martial emperor youth was directly crushed into ashes by a martial honors attack. However, what happened next stunned all the experts. Get lost! Li Lingtian did not even look at Dishi Lingfeng's attack. Instead, he waved his hand and a huge palm print was sent forward. The palm print did not have the slightest bit of power. It was like a flower without any true essence. Moreover, Li Lingtian's actions were like swatting a fly. Rumble! Just when all the warriors felt that Li Lingtian was courting death, a loud explosion was heard in the air. Li Lingtian's hand seal disappeared, but Dishi Lingfeng's attack was neutralized as well. His body was thrown backward. Shoo! All the super experts were shocked by this result. Although Dishi Lingfeng did not use his trump card, a furious attack from a third-level martial honored realm expert could severely injure even a first-level martial honored realm expert. However, he did not expect that this martial royal realm young man could send Dishi Lingfeng, who was at the third level of martial honored realm, flying with just a casual wave of his hand. Neither of them used their full strength in the attack, but Dishi Lingfeng was at a disadvantage. One don't like to be interrupted when I'm talking. Remember this next time. Li Lingtian's sharp gaze swept across all the powerhouses. Wherever his gaze passed, all the powerhouses felt a sense of oppression. This young martial emperor was actually so terrifying. No wonder he dared to come here to cause trouble. Yu Bufeng, Wen Yunfeng, and Lai Xie from the Wind Moon Palace were all extremely shocked. They did not expect this young man's strength to be so terrifying. His realm was completely different from his strength. Li Lingtian's gaze returned to Tang Qinyue. He saw two streams of tears rolling down her delicate face as she looked at Li Lingtian with a dazed expression. He didn't expect that he would really come to save him at this critical moment, regardless of the power of the Dishi family. She did not expect his strength to become so terrifying. In just 2 years, he had actually advanced from a warrior spirit to the realm of a martial emperor. Moreover, his strength was extremely terrifying. Even he did not dare to imagine it. But even so, they were still no match for Dishi family and Tuoba family. While he was excited, he was also worried about Li Lingtian. If something happened to Li Lingtian here, what would happen to his sister? She knew that the Tuoba family and the Dishi family were going to deal with Li Lingtian. She was anxious, but she could not say anything. Sister Qingyue, I'm here to pick you up. Come back with me. Li Lingtian walked forward step by step until he reached the bottom of the platform. He had a faint smile on his face, just like when he was in Sky Dragon Empire. However, it was no longer Sky Dragon Empire but the Azure Continent. Similarly, Li Lingtian was no longer the Li Lingtian of the past. He was now a powerful martial royal realm powerhouse. Tears rolled down Tang Qingyue's face, but she was smiling happily. However, she could neither speak nor answer Li Lingtian. What qualifications do you have? She is my wife. Get lost, or I will kill you. Tuoba Yu was instantly enraged when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. How could he say such things to his wife in front of the world's strongest? Where did he put his face? When he spoke, the true essence in his body had already been circulated to the extreme, and he had a move to kill him. You still haven't learned your lesson. Do you think you're very powerful? But in my eyes, you're just as useless as him. Li Lingtian said coldly as he glared at Tuoba Yu. His aura slowly rose. All right. Today, I'll let you know what strength is. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Tuoba Yu was furious. He was a genius and had always been high and mighty. In less than 200 years, he had already reached the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. With such cultivation, he was definitely one of the top existences in the Azure Continent. Now, someone actually called him a good-for-nothing. Moreover, the person who called him was a young martial emperor. How could he accept such a thing? If he didn't kill him now, he would be traumatized for the rest of his life. After he finished speaking, his body flashed and his hands reached out into the air. A strange power began to rotate. This power was extremely strange. Even Li Lingtian had never seen such a force before. It was not the power of heaven and earth, nor was it a taboo for a martial honor. Tuoba Yu's expression was extremely sincere as he made a prostrating gesture with both hands. Immediately, a destructive force blasted toward Li Lingtian. He had just witnessed Li Lingtian sending Dishi Lingfeng flying with his own eyes. Although Dishi Lingfeng was careless, Li Lingtian's methods were strange, and he dared not repeat the same mistake. Celestial phenomenon energy suppress. With a soft shout, the energy between heaven and earth formed a light shadow. When it arrived before Li Lingtian, the space was torn apart. Countless powerhouses were shocked when they saw this terrifying power. A 3rd-level martial honored realm expert could actually display such terrifying power. A genius was indeed a genius. The power of a level 3 was not inferior to a level 4. In fact, it was even stronger. Upon seeing this force, all the warriors turned their attention to Li Lingtian. They wanted to see what would happen to him. Li Lingtian's expression had calmed down as well. He extended his hands and a jade ruler appeared in his hands. Jade light ruler break. Li Lingtian did not waste any time and immediately unleashed his inferior celestial weapon. His current skills were either earth-ranked or heaven-ranked divine powers. Regardless of whether it was an earth rank or a heaven rank, in his hands, their power was incomparably powerful. However, when facing a supreme realm expert, the earth rank was still useless. Only heaven-rank divine powers could defeat the enemy. Now that the 3rd-level supreme realm expert was the first to attack, he did not have time to use his skills. He used the jade light ruler and casually waved it, and the jade light ruler slashed down. A beam of dazzling light met the destructive force head-on. At the same time, Li Lingtian's body flashed and disappeared from his spot. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the earth trembled. All the experts felt the terrifying force tearing them apart. They hurriedly activated their protective shields to block the destructive force. The jade light ruler was an inferior-grade celestial weapon, but Li Lingtian could barely withstand the attack of a martial honor. Li Lingtian had found an opportunity to leave after he was blocked. He floated in the air and raised his hands. Immediately, an aura of destruction and death erupted in the air. Two terrifying ultimate attributes appeared in his hands, and all the experts were terrified. Ice and fire martial souls. All the powerhouses were stunned when they saw the attributes in Li Lingtian's hands. It was rare to see a dual martial soul of ice and fire in the Azure continent even in 10,000 years. They did not expect to see one here. The aura of space, destruction, and death grew stronger as Li Lingtian slowly put his hands together. At the instant his hands were clasped together, an aura of extermination soared into the sky, making all the martial artists feel the terrifying aura of extermination. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it only lasted for 2 seconds. This period of time was exactly the time when Taba Yu's attack was cancelled out. He looked at Li Lingtian in horror with a vicious look on his face. With a flip of his hand, another mysterious force appeared. Upon discovering Li Lingtian, all the warriors present cried out in alarm, their faces filled with horror. Chapter 335 Chapter 335 True Spirit Pearl. Chapter 335 True Spirit Pearl. All the experts felt the terrifying pressure, and their faces revealed horror at the same time. Light of Chaos. Countless super experts cried out in surprise. They all recognized this destructive aura because this force was the most powerful chaotic light of the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family was rumored to be a branch of an ancient family and a descendant of an ancient mighty family. This light of chaos had also been passed down from ancient times. However, very few people could cultivate it, and no one had confirmed that the Tuoba family was a descendant of the ancient times. This was only a legend. But now, this Taba Yu had actually easily used the light of chaos. It seemed that Taba Yu had already obtained an ancient inheritance. The strength of an expert who obtained an ancient inheritance was far superior to those of the same level. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as well. Even though he had never seen the primal chaos light before, he had heard of it in legends. The power of the primal chaos light could be said to be one of the most powerful cultivation techniques from ancient times. But now, the ice, fire, 9 heavens had already been unleashed. It was already too late to launch another attack. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the light pillar of ice/fire/9 heavens collided with the light of chaos. At the same time, all the experts shot out and looked at the center of the battle from afar. They also used their protective shields. They did not want to suffer the consequences. The collision of the two attacks formed a destructive halo in the center. The halo exploded and instantly, the entire square was covered in the halo. The destructive tearing power continued to tear through space. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as his mind was shaken. Although he knew how powerful the light of chaos was, he did not expect his third heaven of ice, fire, and 9 heavens to be defeated. The extermination of the ice, fire, and 9 heavens was his most powerful attack. After he reached the martial emperor realm, this killing move had been upgraded to the extreme. With one attack, even a martial honored realm expert could be killed instantly. However, this move was directly shattered in front of Taba Yu. He was half squatting on the ground and supported himself with one hand, not letting himself lie down. His eyes were cold as he looked at Tuoba Yu's arrogant expression. "I told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Now you know. Kneel down and beg for mercy. I can spare your life." "She is my wife, who do you think you are?" Tuoba Yu defeated Li Lingtian in one move and looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. He reached out and pulled Tang Qingyue into his arms. His entire body was emitting a violent aura. Defeating Li Lingtian in one move in front of all the powerhouses had given him a great sense of pride. Seeing the horrified expressions of tens of thousands of powerhouses, he felt extremely pleased. Tang Qingyue could not put up any resistance. Her face turned pale when she saw Li Lingtian being injured. Li Lingtian could not even deal with Taba Yu alone, let alone the powerful fighters from the Taba family. In fact, none of the Dishi family's fighters had made a move yet. By then, Li Lingtian would not be able to escape. Moreover, with the status of the Dishi family and the Tuoba family, they could easily wipe out Li Lingtian with just a word. Is that so? Do you think you can win just like that? Haha, you are too naive. In this world, the strong survive, and it is life and death. You are just a piece of trash that relies on your family. Since you want to fight, I will let you experience it. Dishi family, Tuoba family, I'm going to wipe them all out today. If you don't want to die, get lost. Li Lingtian slowly stood up with a crazed look on his face. He glared at the powerhouses around him. With a spin of his body, he floated up. His entire body emitted a shocking aura. The appearance of this aura caused the tens of thousands of experts to feel a wave of terror. Dragon Qi. That's right, it's dragon energy. This dragon Qi is so pure. Could it be that he was transformed from a dragon blood vein? I've really opened my eyes today. One is the light of chaos, and the other is the dragon Qi. All of a sudden, all the powerhouses retreated once again. They had already left the plaza and were looking at Li Lingtian from afar. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's aura, they could tell that it was the legendary dragon energy. However, there was no true dragon in the divine martial continent, let alone dragon energy. Unless the young man before them had a dragon blood meridian, there was no way he would have dragon energy. Roar! With a loud roar, a gigantic silver-winged flying dragon appeared beneath Li Lingtian's feet. The air was filled with a shocking pressure. Pressure was the pressure of demonic power. It was many times more powerful and terrifying than the pressure of human experts. Silver-winged flying dragon. A level 6, level 2 silver-winged flying dragon. I didn't expect someone to subdue a silver-winged flying dragon. This is a mutated silver-winged flying dragon. Look at this aura. It's completely the aura of the true dragon race. The appearance of the silver-winged flying dragon shocked all the experts. Moreover, when they discovered the aura of the silver-winged flying dragon, they were even more shocked. During Li Lingtian's cultivation, the silver-winged flying dragon had also advanced to become a powerful Tier 6 Level 2 existence. Haha, do you think you can destroy my Dishi family with just this one beast? How ignorant! Dishi Lingfeng spoke up as well. This was the Dishi family. Tuoba Yu's battle with Li Lingtian in the Dishi family had already embarrassed him. Furthermore, he was sent flying by Li Lingtian with a single blow, while Taba Yu defeated Li Lingtian with a single move. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? It showed that he was inferior to Taba Yu. He felt disgusted when he heard Li Lingtian say that he was going to wipe out the Dishi and Tuoba families. However, when he saw Li Lingtian summoning the silver-winged flying dragon, he laughed out loud. He thought that Li Lingtian was going to wipe out the Dishi and Tuoba families with the silver-winged flying dragon. Look at this. I hope you can still smile when the time comes. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a thumb-sized bead appeared in his hand. The bead was flickering with a faint spirit qi, which was obviously sealed. The pearl hovered in front of Li Lingtian and the air around him became a little oppressive. The pearl did not seem to have any power but it exuded a destructive aura. True spirit pearl? True spirit pearl. It's a true spirit pearl. A 4th-level martial honored realm super expert cried out in alarm. His face revealed a look of fear. His body flashed and he flew into the distance. He only stopped after he was 10 miles away from the square. Even the powerhouses who did not know the origin of Li Lingtian's pearl were shocked when they saw the level 4 powerhouse running away. They quickly retreated as well. For a moment there were only a few people in the square. "Brother Zhou, what is this true spirit pearl?" "That's right. Do you think a pearl can scare you like this?" the two Supreme Realm experts asked curiously. A bead that had no power could actually make a fourth-level Supreme Realm expert so frightened. They were extremely curious and listened carefully. True spirit pearls. Legend has it that only one can appear in 1,000,000 years. This is a pearl that can condense spiritual energy for 1,000,000 years. The condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The power of the self-destruction of the vermilion spiritual pearl, which has been condensed for 1,000,000 years, is enough to destroy a city. Even a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert will disappear in front of this true spiritual pearl. Zhou Haoqing still had a lingering fear. The fear on his face did not dissipate, but instead became even stronger. He had seen this bead in ancient books. The power of the bead was terrifying, but this was all a legend. He had never seen it before. However, he did not expect it to appear in the hands of this young man today. What is it? Can it destroy a city? Even a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert is going to vanish into thin air. Is that so terrifying? It only appears once every 1,000,000 years. How powerful must it be? All the experts were terrified. Looking at this pearl, it was as if they had seen the scythe of the Grim Reaper. He had never thought that this young man had such a terrifying thing. No wonder he dared to come to Dishi family to make trouble. He had been prepared for this. Tuoba Yu, Dishi Lingfeng, and the powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family all became serious. Facing the threat of death, no one could stay calm. "I don't believe that this broken pearl of yours is so powerful." When Taba Yu saw all the experts retreat explosively, he was also incomparably shocked in his heart. However, it was already too late. If the other party really detonated the pearl, this place would be destroyed. This peerless beauty would be gone, and his life would be lost. However, he did not believe that the bead in Li Lingtian's hand was so powerful. He merely saw it as a deterrent to Li Lingtian. "What do you want?" At this moment, Dishi Yunqiu opened his mouth, because he had also discovered how terrifying this pearl was. Inside it was a shockingly destructive power. Once it exploded, even if it couldn't destroy the 9 heavens, his Dishi family would be finished. "Hand over my sister Qingyue and I will personally kill them," Li Lingtian said coldly. This was one of his trump cards. If he had no other choice, he would just let this true spirit pearl explode here. Although he would also be injured, he could still escape. "No, I can." Dishi Lingfeng and Tuoba Yu spoke at the same time. When they saw Dishi Yunqiu lowering his head slightly, they knew that the pearl in Li Lingtian's hand was truly that powerful. However, it was absolutely impossible to take Tang Qingyue away. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression turned into one of shock and anger as Li Lingtian's body had mysteriously vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian was already on the platform. With a single hand, he activated the Divine Dragon Ring and was about to put Tang Qingyue into it. Dishi Lingfeng's body flashed as he threw a punch at Li Lingtian's back. The destructive force tore the space apart. At that moment, Tuoba Yu appeared at the same time and struck out at Li Lingtian with his palm. Naturally, he would not allow Li Lingtian to take Tang Qingyue away from him. If he did, he would lose face. Tang Qingyue's face was filled with fear when she saw the two destructive forces heading toward Li Lingtian. Her heart felt like it was about to be torn apart, but she could see the faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. Bang! Bang! Two destructive attacks from a third heaven-revered martial artist struck Li Lingtian's defenseless body. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, God's Wrath and the Great Brahma Shield. Chapter 336 God's Wrath and the Great Brahma Shield. The destructive force bombarded Li Lingtian's body. Li Lingtian's heart jolted when his protective shield shattered. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale and powerless. She had withstood the attacks of 2 third-level Supreme Realm experts, but in exchange, Tang Qingyue had disappeared from the Divine Dragon Ring. All the martial artists watched as Tang Qingyue was swallowed by a ray of light. When Tang Qingyue disappeared, tears rolled down her face. At the same time, the powerful impact sent Li Lingtian flying off the platform before he fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. This scene caused all the experts to feel shock. For a woman, he was actually willing to take the risk and resist the destructive attack of a Supreme Realm expert. There was actually such an infatuated man in this world. What shocked them even more was that Li Lingtian, a martial emperor, was only injured by the bombardment of 2 level 3 powerhouses. He did not vanish into thin air as they had expected. Facing such a powerful physique, even a demon cultivator would feel inferior. Roar! The silver-winged flying dragon let out a roar, and a shocking demonic power soared into the sky. Its huge wings erupted with destructive wind blades, and it directly bombarded the experts on the high platform. Rumble! With another burst of explosions, the high platform was directly destroyed, and all the people on it flew away. The wedding venue was a mess. The bride had been taken away by Li Lingtian, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The moment the silver-winged flying dragon unleashed its attack, it grabbed Li Lingtian and was about to fly away. However, Dishi Lingfeng and Tuoba Yu darted over and launched a destructive attack with fury. Since you want to destroy it, I will let you destroy it. Blood trickled down Li Lingtian's lips as a crazed look appeared on his face. With a flick of his finger, the pearl in his hand shot out. Suddenly, a destructive pure spiritual energy erupted between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy exploded. Boom! Destruction, it was definitely destruction. On the square, a halo of spiritual energy spread out and exploded in all directions. Wherever the halo passed, everything turned into ashes. Countless experts who did not manage to escape in time were killed. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was devoid of life. Except for a few powerful palaces, everything else in Dishi family had disappeared. Hundreds of super-powerful warriors and the entire Dishi family were destroyed. Tuoba Yu and Dishi Lingfeng were also in a sorry state. A black light shield protected Tuoba Yu, and in front of Dishi Lingfeng was a weird hill, which allowed them to escape. However, the two of them were no longer as carefree as before. Instead, they were in a sorry state. Their clothes were tattered and they looked like beggars. Their faces were filled with viciousness and their anger was overflowing. They glared coldly at Li Lingtian, who was 20 miles away. Dishi family was destroyed. For a moment, all the powerful warriors remained silent. The scene was extremely weird. Li Lingtian, I'm going to tear you apart today. Good, very good. If I don't extract your soul and refine it today, my surname won't be Tuoba. Dishi Lingfeng and Tuoba, you could not hold it in any longer. They channeled their inner yuan to the maximum and dashed toward Li Lingtian. On one hand, his family was destroyed while on the other hand, his wife was taken away. Naturally, they would not let Li Lingtian off with such hatred. Then let's try. Li Lingtian groaned in his heart. He did not expect his opponent to react so quickly. He did not even have the chance to escape. He had wanted to escape, but a strange force erupted in the air. The appearance of this force trapped him within. He immediately understood that this was the defensive formation of Dishi family. He had destroyed a part of Dishi family, but the real important parts of Dishi family were not destroyed. Now that the other party had also activated the defensive array, he could break this defensive array, but he needed time. Obviously, the other party would not give him time to break it. It was impossible for today's matter to be so easy to calculate. He was also in danger this time. After saying that, he activated all the Zhen Yuan in his body. The silver-winged flying dragon flashed across the air and flew towards Dishi Lingfeng. Having been with Li Lingtian for a long time, it knew that the situation was dangerous even without Li Lingtian's instructions. It must not allow two powerhouses to join forces against Li Lingtian. It would rather risk its life to keep one of them busy. The wrath of the gods. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Lingtian unleashed divine wrath from heaven. Instantly, the sky was filled with stars. During the day, strange stars actually appeared, instantly making the entire scene strange. These stars instantly gathered together, and a wave of thunder and lightning struck down. Heavenly might descended, bringing with it a destructive attack that smashed down on Tabayu. Crash! Boom! Rumble! Terrifying thunder and lightning bolts filled the area within 200 meters of Tabayu. Each bolt of lightning was the size of an arm and carried destructive power as it bombarded down. Such an attack was like the wrath of the heavens. After Li Lingtian became a martial emperor, he had cultivated the divine descending wrath to a deeper level. This way, his cultivation base would be more powerful in dealing small-scale attacks. The experts in the distance were shocked. They did not expect this martial emperor to use a heaven-grade divine power. The power of a heaven-grade divine power was not as trashy as an earth-grade divine power. A supreme realm expert could control one or two techniques and look down on everyone. A martial monarch realm expert could not control a heaven-grade divine power at all. Now, not only did this young man control a heaven-grade divine power, but the attacks he used should also be mysterious heaven-grade divine powers. Otherwise, they would not be so terrifying. Great Brahma Shield. Tuoba, you did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to unleash such a terrifying skill at this time. Furthermore, it was a heaven-tier divine ability. In the past, when he was a martial emperor, he was already invincible when he was able to cultivate a heaven-grade divine power. But now, it seemed that this martial emperor was even stronger than him. The fear on his face was extremely ugly. He used his divine sense and a palm-sized shield appeared. The shield emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. This aura was ancient, and when countless people saw this shield, their eyes revealed greed. The Great Brahma Shield is a peerless heavenly artifact. I didn't expect to find a shield that's a supreme-grade celestial artifact. If I have this shield, as long as I don't encounter a terrifying supreme martial honor, no one in the same level can break it. That's right. The Tuoba family is indeed not simple. They can even casually take out such a heaven artifact. For a moment, countless super experts were discussing. The lightning in the sky was still constantly bombarding. Li Lingtian's expression turned grave. He had killed Tong Yunfei in one strike when he met him previously. Although Tong Yunfei was only a second heaven-revered martial artist, Li Lingtian's current strength was not something he could compare to back then. Moreover, according to the comparison, he was several times stronger than the last time. With his current cultivation strength, he should be able to kill a 5th-level Supreme Realm expert. However, he seems so powerless against a 3rd-level Supreme Realm expert like Tuobayu. Crash! Following the final explosion, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Against the opponent's defense, the descending divine wrath was completely useless. This was the difference in tier. At the same time, the silver-winged flying dragon was also heavily wounded by Dishi Lingfeng. Shoo! Li Lingtian's expression gradually calmed down as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. A terrifying sword will burst forth in the air. The sword intent filled the entire space. The sharp sword intent destroyed the minds and wills of countless experts. The surviving Supreme Realm experts present were all extremely powerful. However, when they felt the sword intent in the air, their expressions changed drastically. Li Lingtian's sword will burst out from his body and shook the space inch by inch. He floated in the air with his eyes slightly closed. The cold sword intent made him look even colder. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. A man was like a sword, sharp and unyielding. Sword intent, terrifying sword intent. Is he still human? He has ice and fire martial souls, and now he has cultivated sword intent. This sword intent is so domineering. No, it's the heavenly sword physique. He has the heavenly sword physique. Heavenly sword body. The legendary most domineering sword cultivator, the heavenly sword body, controls the myriad swords in the world. He's a monster. Let's not talk about the ice and fire martial souls. He also has the heavenly sword physique. Comparing people is infuriating. When Li Lingtian's sword will was unleashed, some people could immediately tell that Li Lingtian had the heavenly sword physique. Dishi Lingfeng and Tuoba you sensed the destructive sword intent, and listened to the discussions of the other powerful warriors. They were jealous. They couldn't let this young man live, or else he would be a threat in the future. In their eyes they were the number one genius in the world. How could they tolerate someone stronger than them? Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, a shocking pressure burst forth. This pressure was the pressure of a saint weapon. It directly crushed countless experts. All the experts could no longer hold it in. There was no way to describe it with shock. Not only was he talented, but he had also used a saint weapon. What kind of concept was this? Tuoba you could not sit still either. He cast a spell and augmented the great Brahma shield. In the blink of an eye, it had only taken 3 to 4 seconds for Li Lingtian to prepare his sword howl to the heavens and earth before his divine advent was rendered ineffective. By the time Tabayu reacted, it was already too late. He could only reinforce the supreme heavenly weapon, the great Brahma shield, in hopes that it could withstand Li Lingtian's sacred weapon. Li Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Tianyu sword seriously as if he was looking at his own kin. Then, he swung his sword without leaving a trace. Even the traces of the sword whistling through the heavens and the earth had disappeared, and in exchange, it was replaced by the power of the heavens and the earth. Force. How is that possible? How can he control sword force? Oh my God, he actually managed to control the sword aura. Sword intent is nothing in front of the sword aura. This time, there's going to be a good show. The Queen's Palace's Yu Bufeng cried out in surprise for the first time. As a 7th-level martial honored realm superpowerhouse, he had a wide range of knowledge. However, he could no longer remain calm after witnessing Li Lingtian's swordplay. Although the other martial artists did not understand, they knew how powerful was. They were all stunned for a moment, watching the sword light in the space gently slash down. Chapter 337 Chapter 337 Sakra Heavenly Sword. Chapter 337 Sakra Heavenly Sword. The cloud was formless, the wind was unfixed, and the sword aura was the same. One could not see the slightest bit of power. Li Lingtian swung his sword down lightly. All the warriors were confused as the sword did not carry any power. However, Tabayu's eyes were filled with fear. He felt that the destructive power of this sword was something that he could not withstand. Sword quick! The sword was sharp. The speed of the sword was so fast that it exceeded the sight of the martial artist. In an instant, the sword momentum had already landed on the great Brahma shield. The gazes of all the martial artists also shifted to Tuoba. Crash! Hiss! The sword aura landed on the great Brahma shield. The great Brahma shield, which was known as a peerless heavenly weapon, was split into two in front of the sword aura. At the same time, Tabayu was also split into two by the sword aura. A tearing sound rang out as Tabayu's entire body was pulverized by the sword light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the world. Instantly, thousands of experts were stunned when they saw this scene. This was a monstrous expert at the third level of the martial honored realm. His strength was not inferior to the fifth level of the martial honored realm at all. However, such an expert was destroyed by a sword. Whoosh! A great commotion arose. Except for the sounds of the battle between the silver-winged flying dragon and Dishi Lingfeng, all other warriors and everything in the air were frozen. At that moment, Dishi Lingfeng could not help but be shocked. He flashed and gave up on the silver-winged flying dragon. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Li Lingtian from afar. The silver-winged flying dragon had been beaten by Dishi Lingfeng and was covered in wounds. Now that Dishi Lingfeng had left, it could finally catch its breath. In a flash, it came to Li Lingtian's side. Tuoba Yu, the number one genius of the Tuoba family, was actually killed just like that. Countless experts felt like they were hallucinating, unable to accept the reality in front of them. This was also the reason why Dishi Lingfeng gave up on the silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian's strength was beyond his imagination. If he did not leave, he would not be able to withstand Li Lingtian's attack. In the air, Li Lingtian's mouth was stained with blood as he scanned his surroundings in search of the space formation. He couldn't stay in this place for long. By now, the top-grade powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family hadn't shown up yet. There must be some conspiracy. If he stayed here, he would not have the slightest chance. Dishi Lingfeng, I will let you live for a few days today, and then I will take your life, Li Lingtian said coldly. His entire body exuded an icy aura and his gaze was extremely cold. All the warriors remained silent as they watched Li Lingtian's actions. They were feeling a little fearful of this young martial emperor. Sacrifice! He summoned the divine array diagram and waved his hands continuously. Li Lingtian's face was filled with anxiety as a strange sense of danger struck his heart. Destroy my Dishi family? Do you want to leave just like that? Is there such a simple thing in this world? A faint voice sounded. The voice was ethereal and uncertain, and no one knew where the source was. Furthermore, the voice carried a supreme pressure that made Li Lingtian's heart tremble. Just the voice alone had brought him a strong sense of oppression. He wondered just how powerful the owner of the voice was. All the experts were surprised. They were obviously curious about the owner of this voice. In the air, an old man with white hair and beard appeared strangely. The old man's arrival did not even cause the slightest spatial fluctuation in the air. It was as if the old man had been there all along. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the old man's movement technique and cultivation base. The old man's face was calm. Even when facing the destruction of the Dishi family, he did not show any anger. Instead, he looked at Li Lingtian with a calm expression. Sakra Heavenly Sword! A super-powerful warrior from Dishi family. 7th level Supreme Realm. The most powerful being under the Supreme Elders of Dishi family. For a moment, some of the super experts recognized this old man. When they discovered the old man's appearance, they were incomparably shocked. This Sakra Heavenly Sword was a legend of the Dishi family. Ever since it had been created, it had never been defeated. It was extremely powerful. When he was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, he had already killed a 5th level Supreme Realm expert. Now that he had reached the 7th level, his strength was even more domineering. More importantly, the Sakra heavenly sword was born with a sword, and its cultivation in the sword path was unparalleled. This was also the key reason why he was invincible among his peers. Everyone, I've made a fool of myself. After the Sakra sky sword showed up, he cupped his hands towards the powerful warriors in the distance and showed a faint smile on his face. Dishi family was indeed embarrassed by such a thing. Even if he wanted to kill this young man, he had to greet the other powerful warriors who came to congratulate him, and some of them were people that his Dishi family couldn't afford to offend. When all the powerhouses saw the Sakra heavenly sword appear, it was as if they had seen the result. Sakra heavenly sword was the true powerhouse. Seventh heaven, even if the eighth or ninth heaven came, they might not be able to kill him. Li Lingtian, right? As long as you kneel and beg for mercy, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Sakra sword's gaze landed on Li Lingtian. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, but no one noticed it. Even though he was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert and had unparalleled strength, the young martial emperor in front of him was even more terrifying. He was much stronger than him back then. He had witnessed Li Lingtian's strength just now. However, he was unable to leave the place for the time being. Otherwise, he would not have watched his Dishi family be destroyed. It's your little grandpa. Who do you think you are? What an old fart. You still dare to act tough in front of me? I think you're just an idiot. None of the Dishi family members are normal. You're just a bunch of idiots. Li Lingtian looked at the Sakra heavenly sword and felt his heart palpitate. The old man was also a sword principle expert, and his sword principle cultivation was much stronger than his. What else could he say when he encountered such an opponent? Instead of cowering, it was better to take advantage of it first. Otherwise, when he was killed, he would not have any benefits at all. Now, he had no choice but to give up. Although he was like this, the other powerhouses were shocked beyond words. Dishi Tianjian's expression changed drastically. He was originally calm, but now that he had met Li Lingtian, he could not help himself. All right, you're courting death. You can't blame me. Today, not even God can protect you, Sakra heavenly sword said indifferently. He swept his gaze around and his aura surged. It meant that he did not put Li Lingtian in his eyes at all. Killing a 7th-level Supreme Realm Martial Emperor was nothing more than killing an ant. When the news got out, he wouldn't feel ashamed of eliminating a Martial Emperor. In this place, no one dared to offend Dishi family and Tuoba family. Even the 3 super forces wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, the powerhouses from the 3 major factions had received news some time ago that there was a rift between them and Li Lingtian. Now, apart from the 3 major factions, no one else could protect Li Lingtian. However, just as he finished speaking, a faint voice sounded. Is Dishi family that great? The voice was sweet and crisp, making countless warriors feel a wave of comfort. They looked behind and saw a young girl slowly walking over. The young lady's expression was calm, completely ignoring the thousands of experts in the air. When Li Lingtian heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat before he smiled bitterly. Who is it? Sakra heavenly sword was stunned. In the Azure continent, other than the 3 super forces, who else would dare to say such words? The super experts of the 3 major forces were all in the air and had no intention of speaking. Now that a young girl had come and actually said such words, it made him feel a wave of curiosity. Moreover, his expression became gloomy. He was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert, but he was actually provoked by a young girl. What happened next shocked all the powerhouses, including Li Lingtian. The young lady arrived at the edge of the square, and completely ignored the existence of the array formation as she walked in step by step. They all knew that the defensive formation of Dishi family was extremely powerful, and even a holy formation master might not be able to break it. But now, this array formation actually failed in front of this young girl. Li Lingtian had the divine array diagram, and he was quite knowledgeable about arrays. Naturally, he knew how powerful this array was. If he was given enough time, he should be able to break it within half an hour. However, Huang Fuyuyan had ignored the array's existence. How could he not be shocked? Indeed, this young lady was Huang Fuyuyan, who was thrown out of the spaceship by Li Lingtian. He didn't want to know why Huang Fuyuyan had come here, but he wanted to know who she was. How dare she come to Dishi family and ignore the formation of Dishi family? There was an uproar. No one spoke anymore, and their expressions were extremely strange. Dishi Tianjian's face changed even more. He had seen so many strange things today. This Prince Huangfu, do you want to know this prince's name? Huang Fuyuyan walked step by step to the center of the square. Her eyes glanced at the Sakra heavenly sword in disdain, just like an elder looking down on a trash disciple. Huangfu. The Sakra heavenly sword was instantly stunned by Huang Fuyuyan's gaze. It had never encountered such a gaze before. However, the gaze that this young girl was looking at it with now made it feel like it was an illusion. This illusion was very strange, and could not be described at all. His heart kept spinning, but he couldn't think of a family like the Huangfu family. Moreover, looking at this young girl, she only said the word Huangfu, as if the word Huangfu represented everything. More importantly, this young girl called herself Bengong. Only those transcending existences could call themselves Bengong. Huangfu. The other powerful warriors were also confused. If Huang Fuyuyan hadn't ignored the formation of Dishi family, they would have thought that she was a liar. However, he didn't expect that the Huangfu clan in the Azure continent would be so powerful. Could it be? Yu Bufeng immediately cried out in alarm. His expression became extremely ugly as his entire body trembled with fear on his face. Chapter 338 Chapter 338 10 Great Martial Saints. Chapter 338 10 Great Martial Saints. All the experts' attention shifted to Yu Bufeng. Seeing Yu Bufeng's expression, they were all puzzled. Could it be that these two words had such a great deterrent force? Even Sakra Heavenly Sword did not say anything. Li Lingtian was still in the Dishi family's formation. He was nothing but an ant in front of him. Brother Yu, do you know her background? Lai Xie could not help but ask Yu Bufeng when he saw his current state. His eyes were intentionally looking at Huang Fuyuyan. Li Lingtian's face was filled with curiosity, but he was more worried that anyone who was related to him would be enemies of the Dishi family and the Tuoba family. By then, even Huang Fuyuyan would not be able to leave. In the divine martial continent, the divine continent is the strongest, the green continent is the weakest, and Penglai is the most mysterious. There's no need to talk about the green continent. Compared to the Azure continent, the power of the entire green continent is not even comparable to a small city in the Azure continent. However, the Azure continent is only at the end of the tail and is stronger than the green continent. However, compared to the divine continent, the Azure continent is just a small ant. In the powerful divine continent, there are countless martial supremes and martial emperors. There are even martial saints. However, the strongest ones are the 10 great martial saints. Among the 10 great martial saints, there is a heaven's favorite, Huang Fuyuyan of the Huangfu clan. Yu Bufeng's face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Huang Fuyuyan in the eye. He quietly told her the secret he knew. This wasn't the divine continent, but in front of a martial saint, he was extremely afraid. All of a sudden, the expressions of all the experts changed. When they looked at Huang Fuyuyan, they became respectful. Even if this young lady was not a martial saint, she was still related to the Huangfu clan. If he offended a family with a martial saint, wouldn't he be courting death? Li Lingtian was shocked as well. When he recalled everything, he realized that this fearless young lady was actually from the Huangfu clan of the Divine Continent. Among the 10 martial saints, the youngest is Huangfu Yuyan. She is the only girl among the martial saints and is also a famous peerless beauty in the Divine Continent. However, very few people have seen this powerful martial saint. Yu Bufeng spoke out calmly. By now, he had already guessed the identity of the young girl in front of him. Even if his guess was wrong, it was not far from it. This was because when he spoke, this young lady had a proud expression on her face. However, this proud expression was filled with disdain. Since she was a member of the Huangfu family, she would definitely worship and respect the martial saint of her family. However, this young lady's expression was obviously filled with disdain. The only explanation was that this person was the real person. Only in this way could one be proud, but there could also be disdain in their pride. When others praised them like this, super geniuses would usually ignore them because they knew that they could do better. Now that he had already said it, even if he offended this martial saint and was killed, he could only be slaughtered by others. 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. A martial saint. The legendary martial saint has the ability to reach the heavens and earth. The Divine Continent is indeed powerful. The Azure Continent doesn't even have a martial monarch realm expert, but the Divine Continent has a powerful martial monarch realm expert. Could it be her? That's impossible. When she entered the array just now, did you see that the array had any effect on her? All of a sudden, the entire Dishi family was in a heated discussion. He didn't expect that this young man and the Dishi family had involved the martial saints. He wanted to curry favor with the powerful warriors of Dishi family, but now he had to consider the anger of the martial saints. Many experts had already regarded this young lady as the spokesperson of the Huangfu clan. Why are you here? Did I tell you not to come until I die? Get lost. This young master's matter has nothing to do with you. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and was shocked. Could this young lady be the martial arts student from the Huangfu clan? However, that was impossible. How could a martial saint appear in the Azure Continent? Furthermore, this young lady didn't have any cultivation at all. Even if she was pretending, he would be able to tell. If he did not have the eye of the divine soul in the past, he definitely would not have been able to see through a martial artist's cultivation. However, now that he had the eye of the divine soul, he could see through some of the experts who were hiding their cultivation. Huangfu Yuyan was definitely not a martial saint. If she was not a martial saint, she would only die if she came to Dishi family. Unless Huangfu Yuyan was a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert, she could forget about doing whatever she wanted in the Azure Continent. His heart was filled with excitement and gratitude. He had placed Huangfu Yuyan hundreds of millions of miles away from Snowcloud City, but he hadn't expected to find her here. Moreover, Huangfu Yuyan had come to Dishi family, obviously to help him. Although he was excited and touched, this place was not a place to be touched because it was filled with experts. As he spoke, he turned his head to the side, no longer looking at Huangfu Yuyan. He was not a heartless person, and at this moment, he actually had to say something like this. It was a little hard for him to say it. Now, he could only be a little more thick-skinned. Otherwise, both of them would die in this place. Do you think that by throwing this queen far away, this queen will not know your goal? When you entered Snowcloud City, this queen was already waiting for you there. After this matter, this queen will settle the score with you. You actually dared to put this queen aside. You really are courting death. Huangfu Yuyan did not feel the slightest bit of anger when she heard Li Lingtian telling her to scram. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth because she knew that Li Lingtian did not want to implicate her. However, even though she wasn't angry, all the other experts were stunned. She actually dared to tell the Huang Fu clansmen to scram. She was really tired of living. However, when they saw Huang Fu Yuyan's appearance, all the experts felt as if a fly had entered their throat. He couldn't adapt to such a scene at all. Sakura Heavenly Sword, right? After Huang Fu Yuyan finished speaking, she looked at the Sakura Heavenly Sword in the air and said calmly. The expression on her face did not change at all. When he shouted out the Sakura Heavenly Sword, he sounded like he was calling out to a servant. May I know how I should address you, fairy? Sakura Sky Sword was also stunned by Yu Bufeng's words. If this girl was from the martial saint family, the Dishi family could not afford to offend her. Even if the Dishi family became powerful, they couldn't produce a single martial saint in hundreds of years. Even if a martial saint appeared, he couldn't become one of the top 10 martial saints. Don't tell me Bengong still has to raise her head to talk to you. Huang Fu Yuyan's voice was extremely sweet, but in the ears of these supreme experts, it was like a soul-stirring voice. Because this young girl's background was not simple, her words made people feel a sense of fear. As Huang Fu Yuyan's voice fell, all the cultivators were stunned. If they were to face a martial saint, wouldn't they be courting death if they stood above a martial saint? Instantly, all the martial artists descended like dumplings, but they did not dare to leave or approach. Take this. Huang Fu Yuyan did not answer the Sakura Heavenly Sword. She only stretched out her hand and took out a token. The token directly flew towards the Sakura Heavenly Sword. Dishi Tianjian's face showed a serious look. He carefully caught the token, then his face changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Following that, his gaze swept across all the martial artists before finally landing on Yu Bufeng. Brother Yu, this little brother has poor eyesight. Please take a look. Sakura Heavenly Sword shouted loudly, and his tone was even pleading. Countless experts were puzzled when they saw this scene. A token was able to make the expression of the 7th-layered Sakura Heavenly Sword change so much. Just what was in this token? They were all incomparably curious. Yu Bufeng was also stunned. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the array. However, just as he arrived outside the array, he was bounced off by a destructive force. Yu Bufeng was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert, but in front of this array, he was bounced off before he could even attack. One could imagine how powerful this array was. It seemed that even the attacks of a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert would not be able to affect this array at all. It was precisely because of this that this young lady had ignored this array formation. This caused all the experts to be shocked. Yu Bufeng was about to fly into a rage, but Dishi Tianjian had a guilty look on his face. Waving his hand, he activated the formation and let Yu Bufeng in. He also understood in his heart that the power of this array had not weakened at all. Even a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert could not enter, but this girl had come in. This girl's cultivation must be so profound that the array was ignored. The more he thought about it, the more worried he was. His Dishi family had been destroyed by Li Lingtian in front of countless powerhouses. However, if this young lady were to make a move, the Dishi family would have no choice but to give up. Not only would Dishi family lose face, but they would also become the laughing stock of the powerful warriors of the Azure continent. Tuoba Yu had fallen, and this had something to do with Dishi family. By then, the relationship between the two families might not be able to last. Yu Bufeng came in front of the Sakura Heavenly Sword and stretched out his hand to receive the token. His eyes sized it up carefully. Immediately, the expression on his face changed drastically. All the experts were even more curious. Li Lingtian remained silent at the side with a calm expression on his face. However, he was also shocked in his heart. Who was Huang Fu Yuyan exactly? A single token could cause the expressions of 2 level 7 powerhouses to change. Huang Fuyuyan. Yu Bufeng's heart trembled continuously. His body trembled as he read out the 4 words on the token. The token was a transparent jade token, but on one side were the words Huang Fu. On the other side were the words Yuyan. This token belonged to Huang Fuyuyan. Huang Fuyuyan was one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. In this world, no one dared to use the word Huang Fu alone. Even the Huang Fu clan did not have the qualifications to do so. There were no more than 4 people in the Huang Fu clan who could use the word Huang Fu. Huang Fuyuyan was one of them. Moreover, this young girl called herself Bengong, so her identity was definitely not simple. Now that she connected it to this token, the doubts in her heart instantly disappeared, but her heart trembled even more. Martial Saint Huang Fuyuyan. This voice immediately shook the hearts of all the experts. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Huang Fuyuyan with respect. Chapter 339 Chapter 339 Martial Saint Huang Fuyuyan. Chapter 339 Martial Saint Huang Fuyuyan. Li Lingtian could not believe this. How could Huang Fuyuyan be one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent? This little girl is one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. If that's the case, I'm a martial god. A while ago, he had molested her and even turned her into a maid. Moreover, he had even thrown her out of the spaceship. What kind of F***ing luck did he have to treat a martial saint like this? However, his expression did not change at all. He did not even look at Huang Fu Yuyan. Who cares if you are a martial saint? A maid is a maid. At most, you will die. What can you do to me? Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Greetings, Fairy Huangfu. Greetings, Fairy Yuyan. Immediately, the sound of worship rang out. Countless martial artists bowed respectfully. This was a martial saint. Super geniuses all reached a super high realm when they were 15 or 16 years old. Their age and appearance remained the same when they were 15 or 16 years old. This Huang Fuyuyan looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, but she was a super martial saint. In front of a martial saint, a supreme realm expert was not even comparable to an ant. With a wave of his hand, a large number of supreme realm experts died. With a stomp of his foot, the world collapsed. Sakura Heavenly Sword was completely stunned. How did this young man have a relationship with the martial saint? Moreover, looking at this young man's appearance, he did not care about Huang Fuyuyan at all. This world was really F***ing messed up. The martial saint that everyone was afraid of was acting like a little girl in front of a martial emperor. Was this not fate playing a trick on him? Was he deliberately playing with him? For a moment, the square fell silent. There was no sound at all. It was terrifyingly quiet. In the secret underground room of Dishi family, the 5 super-powerful warriors had their faces twisted as well. They had seen everything that was happening outside. Especially to Oba-nan. He had seen his son being killed with his own eyes, but he couldn't take revenge. Under their feet was a magical array altar, the 8 trigrams array altar. It emitted a destructive aura, but this aura was concealed by a mysterious light. Brother Tuoba, what should we do this time? The 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent are here. If we don't go out, it won't make sense. Besides, this matter involves the 10 great martial saints. If we let Li Lingtian go, where will the Dishi family put our face? Tuoba Yu's death will be in vain. Dishi Qingling showed a bitter smile. This time, no matter how much he had calculated, he had never expected a martial saint to appear. This was definitely an accident. In their calculations, even if the 3 major forces were to make a move, they would risk offending the 3 major forces to deal with Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian was the catalyst for this expedition, he would be able to dominate the Azure continent and perhaps even the divine martial continent once he obtained the treasure inside. However, now that a martial saint had appeared, even if he had obtained a treasure, he would not be a match for a martial saint. If he wanted to dominate, he had to ensure the existence of his family. But now, Dishi family was facing the wrath of a martial saint. Wasn't this pushing Dishi family to the edge of death? Don't worry, Brother Qingling. This matter won't stop us from advancing. Hee, and this might be our chance. Er's revenge shall be paid with their blood. If I don't kill Li Lingtian, Tuoba Nan, swear I'm not a human. Tuoba Nan looked at a crystal in the stone room. Everything outside could be seen from the crystal. Tuoba Nan looked at Li Lingtian's figure in the crystal, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to swallow the young man alive. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and his expression became distorted. Brother Tuoba, what do you mean? Brother Tuoba, are you crazy? Huang Fuyuyan is one of the 10 great martial saints. Even if there are many of them, just the cultivation of a martial saint is not something that any expert in the Azure continent can fight against. Even if our Dishi family and your Tuoba family join hands, we won't be able to defeat him. Dishi Qingling was shocked. Hearing that Tuoba Nan was going to kill Huang Fuyuyan as well, he was shocked to the extreme. Has this Tuoba Nan lost his mind because his son was killed? A martial saint was not someone that a martial honor could deal with. No matter how many martial honor experts there were, they would not be able to kill a martial saint with a single palm strike. His Dishi family had been destroyed. This hatred was no less than Taba Yu's death. Even he himself was not in a daze, but this Tuoba Nan was. Brother Qingling, don't worry. Look at Huang Fuyuyan's cultivation. She's only a martial king. Why is that? This is because Huang Fuyuyan is cultivating her state of mind. If she wants to break through to a higher realm and reach above the martial monarch realm, cultivating her heart is the most important. Huang Fuyuyan's appearance in the Azure continent this time is to temper her heart. Because there's no one she knows here, she can hide and temper her heart. When the time comes, she can smoothly charge towards a higher realm. We can use this opportunity to kill both of them. Who knows if the 2 outside families will kill Huang Fuyuyan? The Azure continent and the Divine continent are far apart. Only the invincible martial saint can cross the border. Other warriors can't cross it at all. So we don't have to worry about these things spreading to the Divine continent. Tuoba Nan slowly explained, and the expressions of the 5 supreme experts instantly became calm. If that was the case, they could take a risk this time. He had to take a risk. If he didn't, this martial saint would wipe out the Dishi family. Instead of that, he might as well take a risk. After that, a few super experts began to discuss through voice transmissions. In a moment, their faces revealed crazy expressions. In the square, all the martial artists felt the oppressive aura, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Sakura Heavenly Sword, this prince wants to see how you handle this matter? If you want to eliminate the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and a Tier 7 Pill Saint, that's your business. Huang Fuyuyan's expression remained calm, but she was extremely anxious. She stared coldly at the Sakura sword and glanced at Li Lingtian from the corner of her eyes. However, Li Lingtian stood rooted to the ground like a block of wood. Fairy Yuyan, this matter. We can't just let this go. Is our Dishi family going to be destroyed just like this? The Sakura Heavenly Sword was stunned and did not know how to answer for a moment. If he let it go, he would lose the face of Dishi family, and if he continued like this, he would definitely offend this martial saint. Just as he was halfway through his words, a light voice interrupted him. All the experts looked in the direction of the voice. 5 super experts appeared in the air. 4 of them were at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, and 1 was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Such a group was indeed powerful. However, considering Huang Fuyuyan's identity and cultivation base, they didn't think much of Dishi family's powerful warriors. No matter how many Supreme Realm experts there were, even 109th level Supreme Realm experts would not be a match for a martial saint. All the super powerful warriors were shocked. Had Dishi family and Tuoba family gone mad? If they didn't show respect to the martial saints, they would be pushed to the edge of destruction. Huang Fuyuyan's expression changed, but she quickly calmed down. Li Lingtian noticed the change in Huang Fuyuyan's expression. He knew that something bad must have happened. Otherwise, there must be something or a secret that he was unaware of, since the few revered martial artists dared to come out and face the warrior sage powerhouses. Regardless of which, it would not benefit him at all. Dishi family, how arrogant! When Huang Fuyuyan saw the 5 experts appear, she paused for a moment and said indifferently. Her eyes looked at the few Supreme Realm experts. The state of mind of a martial saint was extremely powerful. Even if his current cultivation was not high, it was not something that a few Supreme Realm experts could suppress. Haha, the 10 great martial saints of the divine continent, Huang Fuyuyan. If it was in the past, not many people in the divine continent would dare to provoke you. But now, you can't do it anymore. Your cultivation has been sealed by yourself, and you're only a martial king now. You refuse to take the path to heaven and barge into hell. Tuoba Nan said loudly. His eyes were fixed on Huang Fuyuyan. He was extremely nervous. If Huang Fuyuyan had not sealed her cultivation, or if her cultivation had already been unsealed, he would be courting death by doing this. As he spoke, he wanted to see the change in Huang Fuyuyan's expression. This way, he could confirm if Huang Fuyuyan had sealed her cultivation. Li Lingtian was also looking at Huang Fuyuyan seriously. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Huang Fuyuyan. He hoped that he could leave this place as Huang Fuyuyan. No matter how powerful his cultivation was, he would not even have the chance to make a move if the other party sent a few Super 7th Heaven Supreme Realm experts. However, when he saw Huang Fuyuyan, his heart sank. This little girl had encountered too little trouble. His state of mind was still not strong enough. He actually revealed a trace of change in his expression at this moment. Although it was fleeting, in front of so many super experts, it was seen through with a single glance. As expected, when he shook his head, Tuoba Nan spoke again. I'm right? If Fairy leaves now, we will definitely go to the divine continent to thank you. Tuoba Nan was pleasantly surprised, and his killing intent grew even stronger. However, he did not show it on his face. This was a true old fox. You're right. Even if I seal my cultivation, don't tell me that you martial honors want to fight in front of me? Huang Fuyuyan's expression turned cold. She knew that she had been tricked. The other party wasn't sure if her cultivation was sealed or not, but her expression had betrayed her. At the thought of this, he felt a tinge of regret. When he saw Li Lingtian shaking his head, he felt a little upset. He was a martial saint, a proud son of heaven, and not many people dared to provoke him in the divine continent. Yet, he was always frustrated in front of this young man. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a colorful caltrop appeared in his hand. The colorful caltrop emitted a faint fragrance. 7-colored sky silk. Tuoba Nan and Yu Bufeng cried out in shock. This was the trump card treasure of the famous 10 great martial saints, Huang Fuyuyan. Its power was shocking. Huang Fuyuyan had relied on the 7-colored sky silk to achieve her reputation as one of the 10 great martial saints. He did not expect Huang Fuyuyan to use the treasure she was famous for. This treasure was a peerless saint artifact. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.